All right. While we wait for Holly, we'll get everything spooled up here. How's everyone doing? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. Holly is running late, so I get to head this off myself for a minute. And yeah, welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound just like this. I'll go ahead and do the sharing and all the things. But anyways, today we have on Nathaniel Woodward. He's calling from down in central Utah. He is running for CD2 for the Democrat Party. And then we have Matt Hymas coming on, and he will be running for, or he's going to talk to us about Title IX, the new changes that came down from the White House on that. So it's going to be interesting conversation. There's lots of stuff in the news. Seems like there always is. Why does it seem like in this time right now, look, I get it. Biden's a lackluster president, and with Biden being in there, essentially, you are just, you're kind of supporting his cabinet. It's his cabinet that makes the decisions. That being said, everything is popping off right now. I shouldn't say right now. I should say his whole presidency. We come out of the gate strong with Russia. Well, let me go get that. Be just a minute. Glamorous shoes.
Of course. Do you expect anything less?
All right, so Holly made it. Kicked it off.
Hair and makeup took way too long.
Yeah, that lady was slow today. Anyways, I was just saying.
Hi, everybody.
Nathaniel is right there. Just going to announce us off real quick.
Excellent.
And then we'll bring him on. But anyway, so we'll get back to the other chat here in a second. We got all the sharing to do and all that. But we're going to bring Nathaniel on right now. He is running for CD2, offered up by the Democrat Party. And we're going to hear his message, ask him a few questions. And if you guys have questions for him, I'm sure he'll hang out for a few of them.
This is exciting. This is our first Democrat opponent for an office. So we are excited to welcome Nathaniel.
Yes, we are. And
Nathaniel Woodward, correct?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep. Let's just go ahead and bring him on in. Check the sound. Nathaniel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right. How are you doing today?
Oh, it's a Friday, so I'm not going to complain too much.
Good.
How are you
Good. Now
doing?
we did have you on schedule for last week, but you had a work emergency you had to cut out on. So me and my buddy Dave just got to kind of talk crazy for 4 hours, and that was fun. But Holly's back, and we're excited to hear about your message. And why don't we just kick this off? Go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with lawyers is we're always interested in talking about ourselves.
You only have 2 hours, so
Oh, well,
you'll have to restrict yourself quite a bit.
I'll have to rein it in, won't I? Yeah, so I guess it goes without saying now that I'm an attorney, but I like to view myself as maybe the exception to the norm. I don't want to be the stereotype. It's probably the only insult I actually throw out to other attorneys is when they're just getting a little full of it. I have to say, do you ever get tired of being a TV character? I mean, do you go home and kick your dog too? It's just the type of arrogance
Hey,
that
you
comes in this
said
field.
it. We
Yeah.
didn't.
It's rough dealing with a lot of personalities like this, but I think I try to be at least a regular guy, if not an everyday guy, at least an every other day guy, because I'm from rural Utah, born and raised in eastern Utah. So I lived in Wellington till I was about 3, and then my folks moved into Price, which was a metropolis compared to Wellington.
Oh, yeah.
Around 8,000 people or so. But I came into Carbon County at I think the best time in history. I grew up in the 90s in that transition before we really had internet commonplace. Having cable was a luxury in some kids' house. So it was a very outdoors upbringing in the desert, in the dirt, little free range. And so I just lucked out growing up in a rural area because I was just given all these cool opportunities that I think that the more urban folks just don't really get, because you go to a small school, like a small high school, you kind of have to be involved. The responsibility is on you. If you want a good football team, y'all got to play. Now, we had a terrible football team because I played soccer and other sports.
Well,
But
that's football. That's football on the global scale. So
yeah,
that's winning.
We're not
yes.
going to blaspheme on this show.
Globalist
We're just-
football.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to call it?
We're gonna keep this all biblical, no blaspheming.
Oh, right.
Football
right.
means one thing.
Have a drink, Jer. Have a drink.
Anyways, no, yeah, growing up in a small town does one, everybody in your whole school.
For better or for worse.
Yeah, you're accountable to the neighbors and everybody because they know your name.
Yeah,
Well, when I came back to be a small town lawyer, I routinely, at least once a week, I'm in a mediation or a court hearing, over WebEx or something with a judge from up north, and I have to stop him saying, listen, the clients are, the parties are from down here in Price. We've got to come to a resolution where we're not killing each other, because these two folks are going to be bumping into each other at Walmart or at their kids' Little League game, and more importantly, I'm going to be bumping into them at the store at the kids' Little League game, and I don't want to get hit. So the rural sensibilities is really what drew me back to this kind of rural lifestyle, because I spent the last 6 years working downtown Portland, living in a suburb.
Wow.
It was great. My kids are still pretty salty about us moving back because there was a lot of fun stuff, a lot of neat things. We had a great time there. But, I just, when it comes down to it, this is home. This is where I belong. And so we moseyed on back here and found it a little bit different than I left it. And so I got myself involved in the last year and a half or so. I've been back just trying to do what I can to help my community.
Well, and I definitely want to get into that. I want to get into your perspective. Now, we met at the Arguing Better meetup we went to. And while we were there, you led into something, and we were kind of on a schedule, so we didn't get a chance for me to dig in on this. But you have a different perspective of Portland during the Summer of Love than the one that almost everyone else has. And I want to dig into that. What is your perspective? What did you see that, because you kind of have a a defense attitude towards the things that your average Utahn consider atrocities, I guess.
Oh, I would just counter briefly that I have a realistic outlook on it because I saw it. Mine's based on evidence. Mine's based on I was actually there. I don't really care what you saw on cable news or social media. I was there, and as kind of an unbiased observer, because I wasn't rallying. I did march in one march for the Black Lives Matter movement. But other than that, I was working. I worked downtown, kitty corner to the courthouse. And so I drove in. Well, most days I actually took the train in. So I would take a train up through the Beaverton Center, over down to Pioneer Square, right in the heart of downtown, and would walk about 5 blocks over to my office building. So I was there. I witnessed. I kind of classify the groups into like 3 sides, because you have we would say like left and right, but Antifa by definition are anarchists. So they're neither. They're here for the party.
Well, as a proposed anarchist myself, you're wrong on that completely.
Well, I think there's spectrums, because I think there's spectrums within the right and left.
Okay. Anarchy is birthed in the left wing of global leftism, international left wing. It's birthed there. That's where it starts off. It starts off in, kind of gets its birth in the Paris Commune, and all those early communist writers write about it, and they want to lead to that. It's just they're all retarded and don't understand that humans have natural desires and motives. So you can't say we're going to give this group ultimate power to make all decisions, and then they're going to give the power back. And then you have more of my flavor of it. Now I am in my heart an anarchist. I recognize we can't live under anarchy because of humanity. You just can't.
It's the nature of the beast that people will be violent, or people will take.
It's violent, lazy, whatever.
Yeah.
So realistically, I'm a libertarian, and I believe liberty is freedom through responsibility.
I like that. I like that definition.
And for the record, during the Summer of Love, I was downtown Salt Lake when they were doing their peaceful riots, and witnessing that. And I was on the law enforcement side because that was safer, and it wasn't really safe. I mean, those officers were put in some severe problems. And even
my brother-in-law was a state trooper, was up for that. And so I kind of came into all that with a unique perspective. With family and law enforcement, and so I'm hearing from people that are typically on my side of the aisle say very loud, very aggressive things about all, and kind of omnibus comments about all law enforcement. And I thought, well, no, I agree that there can be systemic issues, but there's still, it does not apply universally. And so I definitely empathize with the perspective other people would have, especially when you were boots on the ground like you were there. But being in Portland, so I saw these kind of 3 factions, and I kind of like how Jared kind of explained his take on it. I would say that they call themselves Antifa, and I think that's kind of anarchism born of the suburbs.
That's fair.
They're wealthy kids who carry a lot of guilt for their generational wealth, but they don't, if I psychologically pick them apart, I think they don't see themselves maintaining that level of family success.
No. And I think there's a lot of, psychoanalysis that could and should go into that stuff, into these individuals. But, I try to, not that I'm going to paint the world in this Pollyanna paintbrush that everything's awesome. But I do try to say, okay, let's look at some perspective here. What's the good things I can take out of this? What are the lessons I can learn from this? And because looking at all these sides, because, coming from a very country background, I get why, a lot of rural folks kind of abandoned moderatism, even liberalism, and moved to conservatism over the last 20 or 30 years or so. So I can empathize a lot with that. But myself I consider myself philosophically on the left, but a true tried and true realist, that I'm willing to put aside my wants and desires and views in order for progressive compromise. Progressive as in let's solve the problem. I don't have to get my way to solve the problem. I think I have a better idea, but I also understand I'm not a dictator in any situation, even in situations where I am, like with my kids, where I can by law say, you are going to do this because I am in charge. But that's not the relationship I wanted to instill with my children and I. And so I took that view over the years. And so I'm sitting there, it's summer 2020. I'm in downtown Portland. I'm walking through the crowds. I know where to be and not be, but and so I see this reality and hear these people's side conversations, because that's the real thing. Who the person really is not the person that's on camera, or the person that's giving a statement. That's prepared, thought out stuff.
Right.
I'm hearing these side conversations, and I'm hearing people who have genuine fears, genuine concerns. Whether they're really founded or not was immaterial to me, because they were afraid of something, and that mattered to me. And so hearing those, and seeing these experiences of people, and then of course the fringe that come in and take advantage of the situation to try to get their self-importance out in the world, make themselves heard no matter what happens, definitely escalated things. So we all saw.
Well, there's a
physically, we
fringe
could see what
too
happened.
that comes in, and they're the bad actors, and
Yeah.
if we call them Antifa or whatever, but their goal there was just to make the opposition be quiet and to stir trouble. I mean, that's what they wanted to do, and honestly, that is also human nature, to especially in young men, is they like to break things and to be heard and to get rowdy, and that's what they like, and they're in all sides. It doesn't matter what political party. You're going to still find people want to really kick the apple cart. And I find too, Fred Swain, he said he was in Portland twice, and he was there, and he's in law enforcement. But you get these bad actors that are going there just to make noise. Then you get these other people that are there because it's happening. They don't have a side or an opinion, and they really don't know what's going on other than it's happening.
How many dudes were there just for the ladies?
Or vice versa.
Yeah. I mean, but there's all sorts of reasons, and that is true, and that's a good perspective, and it's a good point you make, that people have fears, and the way I see our political divide right now is I see it in two ways. One, people want to impose their will on an opposing viewpoint person for their fears, or to punish them. And that's how our politics works right now.
Yeah.
Like right now, you mentioned those people up there that are concerned that law enforcement oversteps a lot. Now, me personally, that is something I am very concerned with as well. I just think the incorrect answer is making a bigger, stronger, more obtrusive government, which is what they called for in the end. And so, I mean,
but you also have.
But hold on, allow me to follow this through. But then you've got the message that comes towards my way, which, if you want to go by the actual definition of liberal, I'll take it. I'm the most liberal person on this conversation. I know it, because I'm the one who believes in Lockean's ideas.
Yeah.
I'm more individual. But then you get the message coming from the left is one of disarmament or limited armament.
Control.
Doing away with the civilian population being as capable as government counterparts.
You said capable and government in the same sentence.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's another fear point. And I know I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just pointing out that it is an interesting.
And can I add something?
Duality, yes.
There is a lot to it also, because we're not talking about George Floyd during that time. We're talking about policy. And you said the word systematic, or is that what you called it? Systemic. So with systemic racism, for example, in law enforcement. And that is a fear in a lot of people. The statistics show that, just because based on the populace and everything else, that it's actually white people also are arrested and shot, things like that. But we need to go back to the basics and see if it's law enforcement needs to change policy, and if it's judges and lawyers and lawmakers that need to enact positive changes, prison reform, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, I mean, David mentions if you're not willing to use violence and force to govern, then would you not be an anarchist? Well, violence and force, I mean, when it's such a difficult time, because
watch out, David's going to get him drug into a conversation that we won't get to hear. We won't get to hear his message, and that's really what we're here for.
Can you pull up the messages, or is it
they're not pulling up on that?
Okay.
So I appreciate both kind of takes on that, and maybe it's something I'm trying to dispel a little bit with why I kind of jumped into this race, and I can see why there's a lot of support for let's say like the former president, because he kind of came out saying, listen, this system is rigged, it is corrupt, it is bloated, and I'm going to burn it all down. Now that's I can see why that's a cool message, but from a guy who literally goes to the bathroom on a gold toilet, come on, that guy's part of the system. We have socialism in this country. It's for the top 1%, benefits them greatly. So I'm coming from. You can use
his name on the show. You're welcome to say the word Trump.
It's for the top 1 and the bottom. Well, the top probably 10 and the bottom, and then there's a middle group that's carved out for political influence.
Middle group is funding all of it.
Yeah, and so there's this term like administrative bloat and stuff, and so I would kind of agree, I guess, with the sentiment that the system, whether it be economic, political, even educational, the system is rigged. There's a tremendous amount of corruption, and we need someone willing to go in there and say, yeah, I'm going to burn it all down. And I'm a member of the Democratic Party. Now, a lot of the times people will get, they'll hear that, then they'll go off on some kind of rant. And I say, listen, I went home last night because I heard your argument, and I checked my birth certificate, and you know what? And I was surprised. It did not say Joe Biden on it. I was shocked that my name isn't actually Nancy Pelosi. Because here's the deal. I've got significant concerns with my own party. That's why I'm running as a Democrat. So I can go in and help address these things, because I see both national parties, major national parties, are just corporations interested in running their business. And frankly, so I jumped into this election. I have my meetings and find out, there's jobs I don't think simply shouldn't exist philosophically. People whose jobs their career is elections. And I think that's a joke. This kind of money. And I was told, it's the same for both parties, but you're a candidate. You're going to be spending several hours each day alone in a dark room on the phone asking for money. And I said, no, that is one, I'm from Price. Who am I going to call for money? The people I call ask me for money.
Well, you'll get through your whole Rolodex in about 17, 18 minutes.
Yeah. And so I said, that is not even close to why I'm doing this. And if my message can't get out there effectively for what I'm able to fundraise, I feel ethically, then that's another issue in the system I'd like to address, in my personal life later on. But I'm not coming into this to be some entrenched bureaucrat that's there to play the game. I'm there to represent my community. And so that second part, I think I reflect a lot of what you were feeling and saying about stuff, is that, we have people saying we need to, defund the police. Well, that is a sweeping broad stroke, isn't it? And what's that going to do? Here's the deal. You want to actually address things. And Jared, I think you and I talked a little bit about the Department of Education, a federal department, how ineffective a kind of one-stop shop is for 300 million people in 50 very different states and however many territories. We need to focus on community solutions, because I'll tell you, Provo and Price, Delta and St. George they have different problems and different ways to solve these things for a myriad of reasons. And so if we sit there and just pass legislation, even at the state level, it's not going to work with these broad strokes. So we need elected leaders, the one I want to be, that's going to go in saying, okay, here's the federal resources we have. Here's how it exists. Here's how it is. I'm going to go back to these communities, Kanab, Cedar City, Farmington, and meet with the leaders. Say, listen, what issues are affecting your community? Actually affecting them. Don't give me this border wall nonsense. That's not what's affecting your community right now. Kids going home hungry from school, soldiers coming home from war and killing themselves. These are what's affecting your community. Let's solve those first. Then we can talk about whatever national pop culture nonsense you want to talk about.
Wait.
That's what we want to do.
Are you saying the border wall and the invasion of these folks coming over and being sporadically thrown into 50 states where economies can't even handle them is not affecting communities like ours?
I would call it statistically moot compared to the other issues we should be addressing first.
I think a study came out from the immigration whatever group. 65% of all new jobs over the last year has gone to illegal immigrants.
And so even, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because that number I'm skeptical of, but even that were true.
I just saw it. I didn't dig into it.
79% of statistics are made up.
Yeah, but 80% of them are BS. But anyways,
will you let him talk the defunding the police? So do you not agree with that? We have a comment. So should we have defunded police?
No. I mean, certain departments, sure. But what does that actually mean? Defund the police? Do you want to just do you want to scrap the whole department? Because I would argue that's a really bad idea.
We saw it in Baltimore, and actually people couldn't even get an officer to respond because they didn't have enough, and they refused to go to certain neighborhoods without backup.
And even in funded departments, we have that issue where there's not enough people to respond and everything. So I think, rather than defund the police, if you want to, paint a broad stroke over the whole nation at once, I think the most responsible thing to say about it is that we need to reevaluate how we view our criminal justice system, not just the police, but the courts, attorney licensure, the jails, our sentencing structures. I've been on the news a handful of times this spring because of my work with Ashley's Law, where
yes.
A local mom sent out a plea on Facebook that a friend of a friend commented on, so I saw it, and she said, listen, my daughter's 31 years old. She has Rett syndrome, so she can't talk, she can't dress herself, she can't move. She's, very, very disabled. She had installed some home security cameras to catch her seizures at the doctor's recommendation because they had no idea why she was having seizures. And she caught her then husband, so Ashley's stepfather, brutally and repeatedly raping her. And so this guy, of course, this monster got arrested. But Ashley's 31. And in Utah and in most states, if you are an adult and you're a rape victim, the abuser will be sentenced lighter than if you were a minor, which in Utah is under 14.
Unbelievable.
And so this child, this 31-year-old, beautiful little soul, Ashley, who has the mind of a 3-year-old, and the body, is as indefensible as a toddler.
And she can't talk back. She can't tell what's happening. Which
is a non-mandatory sentence in this state, a prison sentence in this state. So this guy could get out of jail in 3 to 15, technically. And so this mother, her name's Paula, she reached out to our local state House representative, Christine Watkins, a Republican, and said, hey, you're all about protecting kids from pedophiles and sex abusers. You're talking about bathrooms all day. I need help. Help me change this law. And Representative Watkins said, how dare you? I am busy. I'm busy now because we're in session. I'm going to be busy later because I'm running for re-election. If I win, talk to me then. Hey, hurt, wounded mother, pound sand. So I saw this, got very upset back in January, early February, got on there, said, Paula, my name's Nathaniel. I'm a lawyer. I'm in your town. Here's my office address. Whenever you want, come over, we'll chat. She came over the next morning. I cleared my whole day because Christine Watkins, I was busy too, but I can prioritize, actual issues. And I sat down and I'll tell you, I make it a point to compartmentalize my life. I don't take work home with me. I see the most horrible things frequently in my career. And then 10 minutes later, I'm at my house playing Mario Kart with my kids because it's just the kind of sociopath a lawyer has to be to maintain a healthy life.
What kind of lawyer are you?
So down here, I'm a general practice lawyer. So I'll take on I don't like bankruptcy. I don't like tax stuff. I really don't like criminal things. But down here, I kind of have to take things as they come, but I'm more selective. That's why I left the big firm and worked for myself. But so I sat down and tell you, I don't take these things home with me, but I can't tell you how many nights I've laid up in bed just shell shocked from what I was told and saw. So I met with her that morning. By the end of that day, I drafted about a 15-page memo saying, hey, Utah legislature, lawmakers, media, whoever wants this, here is a story. And I laid out the story. I said, now here's the problem. Here's the laws that it exists. Laid it out for him. Here's the problem with that. Here's what I would do to change it. Here's a sample bill. So I laid it out, spoon-fed it for him. Couldn't find anyone to sponsor at that session, which was somewhat understandable. I mean,
have you been up at the Hill during session?
Yeah.
These bills are about 6 months prior to session. I know because I have one that I've been trying to push. I'm in year 2, and it does take a lot of work and a lot of people. So I understand this, but that I absolutely 100% agree with you that crimes like this are probably happening far more than we know.
Yeah.
And they should be treated as child sex crimes.
Absolutely. And it kind of, gets into the underlying philosophy of, if we can justify as a society to be able to, enact rules and consequences saying, listen, another sovereign, another individual who has the freedom and right to, live life, we have the ability and permission to restrain you, imprison you, and even kill you. If we can justify that philosophy, we have to make sure we're consistent in our laws, and our laws actually make freaking sense when it comes to putting people in prison. You can tell I'm a defense attorney. I get a little salty, but I'm coming from the prosecution's end on this side saying we need clear, more fair and understandable laws in order to justify the laws I may disagree with in other situations. And so I got in there and it caught a ton of steam after that. Her mom, Paula, is just a dynamo when it comes to this advocacy. She's incredible and has taken this thing to such, high heights. The gut punch to this all is that, the damage had been done. Ashley, she continued to diminish, and eventually back in March, she died.
Oh man.
And as Paula said, she just gave up. That was, I've been to a lot of funerals, and I buried a kid, my son. And so watching another parent bury a child is already difficult, but sitting in that funeral, watching a wounded mother bury her daughter like that. There's not a descriptive word for it. And it's not, I can't say this is the reason I'm running for Congress, but this is a significant part of it that I'm so sick of the egos in our elected offices that can't say, hey, I understand I'm busy, but I can prioritize this, drop whatever big thing I was going to do that day and help, because, and I found this at least in my career, sometimes the only thing and sometimes the most important thing I can give to a client is to feel heard. When a wounded person feels heard, the healing that can happen is tremendous. And so that's what my initial thought was, is there's a wounded mother. If I can at least make her feel heard, I can at least bring some comfort into her life, because that's what I want to do. If I can leave an impact in a small community, I've done my job. Go ahead.
Do you have somebody now that's focused on the bill? Do you have somebody that is?
Yes.
Have you reached across the aisle and brought a collaboration of people? Because I know there's R's and there's D's, but you're talking about something that is right and is wrong, good versus evil. I think this should be something that
the bipartisan support has been healing in a lot of ways. So the guy who's running against Christine in the primary here on the Republican side, he's a man named Tom Hansen. I think he's an educator. He lives down in Emory County. The phrase when I think of Tom Hansen is good man. He's a good man, and he comes from a good family. His son Talon is the municipal director for the state Democratic Party. A good man who can maintain a good relationship with a child and have such big ideological differences, that just shows me, so much about a character. And so Tom's a good man. Now he's running, so he's not in there. But there is a lawmaker who is here in the state level, because when I found out we had someone on the state level taking it over, I refocused to make this a federal law, which is a different analysis,
Sure.
a different.
Which you need senators for that. And
So
I'm sure Mike Lee's team, Romney, at this point, getting senators involved. This seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, what
And
does
I would
Romney
hope
have to
so.
lose? Romney should jump on it.
I would hope so, but as we've seen, there are no-brainers, grand slams. We set the pitch up on a tee for a lot of these people, and then they nuke them for whatever deal. We have a bipartisan border deal ready to go, and Donald Trump says, "Hey, I don't like it, nuke it." So it gets nuked because follow the cult leader, right?
All right, I've got to correct you on that.
Well, I mean that is an overbroad
Hold
generalization.
I am not going
Donald
to
Trump can't tell the Senate.
and I am not known for defending Donald Trump. I'm known for
he's not.
I'm known for blasting him. But one, Donald Trump didn't drive that. The thing that drove that were the limits, the upper limits, the windows they put in there was catastrophe.
Ridiculous.
2, the added cost. And 3, looking at it and saying, why was it 3.5 years ago this was managed, but now it's not? And it's not managed particularly because of the actions of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party coming into his win and after he got sworn in. The things they said and did. And he tore up a lot of negotiated agreements that we had with other countries that you apply for asylum in the first safe country.
First safe, at a port of entry.
He tore that up. And now I'm not blasting you for that, and I know that's a talking point, and I know Holly makes her talking points as a Republican. Me, as a sworn independent, I have not voted for president since Bill Clinton. It's the last time I voted for president because it's all dog poop. It's just whether it's fresh or ashy and dry out in the yard, but it's all dog poop.
Because we've watched our country do some extraordinary things, terrible and great. And if you do nothing and don't vote, you're part of the problem.
Here it is. Well, okay, when Coolidge runs again, I'll vote. But anyways,
that for a lot of reasons, I'd like to see a zombie running. But no, so that and I appreciate your take on that.
Anyways,
but that was just kind of way to kind of illustrate a point that there is, because you say like Mike Lee and them and Mitt Romney. I think there's a lot of grand slams that people simply, and on both sides of the aisle, will simply not support because the narrative is we can't give the other side a win, especially on an election year. We can't do that because these two corporations, Burger King's not going to help McDonald's out here. Chevy's not going to help Ford, and so. That's why I said these issues are more than just kind of singular issue. We have to look at, if you want to talk about the border thing, that's why I'm not going to, make a big, run and talk about this a bunch in my campaign, because what am I going to do? I'm going to go to Congress and just be another noise in there. What I can do, I can help direct certain resources and solutions to individual communities, help build up these communities with these issues, make them a better place. And as we do that, we eliminate certain distractions in our lives that we can now collectively focus on solving issues because, and so, the border crisis. Well, why are people coming to the border? Well, have you even Googled Iran-Contra? I mean, let's talk about policies we've had in those countries for decades and how we created the mess that we're now, complaining about. But then again, it's even more nuanced than that. And so you got to go deeper and deeper. And so I, as a congressman, can focus on issues that will affect the lives of the members of my community the most and help address that. And it's not just me going to work for you. We're working together. I need your help to tell me what is affecting your neighborhood, your town, your county, what's going on. What have you seen work? What haven't you tried yet? Are you willing to listen to another side on this? Let's try something. But I need you to help me try it. I'm not just going to, legislate and walk away.
I mean, you would be over the purse, essentially.
Yeah,
in Congress.
I want to facilitate. I like being a mediator. I want to help say, we've got a dispute. I'm going to objectively look at this, all aspects of it, look at the reality of what we have to work with and present options and say, okay, the options are here. It's my job as your leader to act, and I'm going to act. but I want to listen to your input here, because I'm not just going to sit here and dictate that I know what's best at all times.
Can you share with me what some of the things that your community has told you are the issues, like in Price?
So over here outside of my district I'm running in, but I can see it translate into a lot of other areas. So I live in Carbon County, right? Carbon as in coal. There are 0 active coal mines in Carbon County. That's a problem for identity purposes, at least. A little false advertising going on. But here's the deal. When I took hunter safety when I was 11, I remember sitting in that classroom at the Castle View Center with Ed Chavez, who was teaching it. And one of the first lessons I learned, and I hope everyone else learns in hunter safety, is when you're pointing a weapon at a target, the first thing you should probably do is make sure no one's standing behind the target.
It's rule 4.
Is that rule 4? Yeah, Jared, you're probably literally the expert on this. But that's a pretty important step, right? So we had, scientific realities presented to us regarding our environment and our climate. And here's the deal, especially to be critical of my own party. They saw the data, they picked up their weapon, and they shot at the target. We said, look, we're going to pass regulation. We're going to do this. Republicans, on the other hand, they shot at the target of, we're going to bury our heads in the sand. We're not going to propose any actual solution to help mitigate the problems that are going to happen because of this. We're just going to say it's not happening. And what happened was Carbon and Emory counties were standing behind the target, and we got shot by my own dang party. And because they didn't responsibly pass any regulations, which, I don't know if you can, I believe in education over regulation more, but.
Well, Obama vowed to put them out of business.
Yeah. And so we hear things like that, and I go, what are you doing? Because I get it. We have to address climate change, but first we should look at the actual causes, the actual carbon output. Let's address those first, because our power plants here are not big polluters. They've got scrubbers on them. They are very. Our bituminous coal is incredibly efficient. Pound for pound, you want to talk about efficiency. Good grief.
Oh man, you're going to get tossed from your party, bro.
Come at me, folks, because we have to be real about things. But here's the bigger issue. If you're going to say, I'm going to kill coal or I'm going to do this, there are communities standing in the way. You have to, if you're going to be an ethical, real leader, ensure those places are going to be okay. So, we need to pass this regulation, but it's going to, one power plant job translates to 7 other jobs in the area. I'm not talking like job like bagger at the grocery store. I'm talking about truck drivers, railroad, good careers that support families. So if you're going to close a power plant, you are affecting not just the 100 and 200 jobs there, times that by 7. So replace the industries. Find a way to do that first. It's hard work, but here's the deal. A lot of legislatures don't get this. Hard work's required. They don't want to do it, but you have to do it. And so it's not just a hard regulation to get through. You're going to, I don't like pork in bills, but here's the deal. We need these bills that are comprehensive enough to address all the issues that the regulation is going to affect. And so we have to slow down, hit the brakes when it comes to passing certain things to evaluate what the heck's going on the ground with real people, because a senator based in, we like to attack California, but that's just over there, that lives in Sacramento, views the world from the Sacramento perspective, has no idea at all what it's like to live in Huntington or Farron or Green River or Moab or Hanksville. They have no idea. And so
or
they
a
just
place they affect greatly, Delta.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like California runs Delta.
And so we have to be more responsible when it comes to it. I say we do need environmental regulations. We do need safeguards to help, mitigate climate change, but human lives have to take precedent because we exist. We are here. I know there's people that say, we're not the top of the pyramid here. We are sentient beings. And when it comes down to it, I value my kids and their happiness in lives more than anything else.
And their ability to work in the community they grow up in.
And
small towns like ours, they're all leaving. You get rid of coal, you get rid of jobs like that. You destroy the economy of small towns that thrive around it.
And as to blame for the economy downshift over where I live is this, unregulated free market capitalism where, from 1980, union membership dropped by more than 50%. The UMWA was the lifeblood of this town. You want to know how important the unions are. Come to a cemetery in Price or a cemetery in Huntington and walk through, and you're going to notice something. On every couple of headstones, 4 letters, are going to be stamped on it. UMWA. I mean, you put who you were, where you lived, what you loved, who you loved on your headstone. I've never seen someone say, here lies Nathaniel Woodward, a lawyer. That was who I was, but people put their union on their headstone. And
Union and Mason Lodge. Those are the.
Don't get me shot, Jared. But my great grandpa, I have his Masonic ring on display in here because I like heirlooms. But the unions were so important, but they got gutted. And then these corporations like Murray Energy, where this dirtbag out of Ohio, this billionaire that sat there and whined in his bathrobe saying, if Obama gets elected again, I'm going to close my coal mines. And he did. And there was no consequence. There wasn't a union to go down and, steal his mailbox, burn down a bridge, do something to,
Yeah, but you realize the restrictions that you want are putting them out of business by design. Because even with the climate change restrictions they have in Salt Lake right now, we have an environmental engineer that's actually our representative for the state. And he says, even if we followed every single restriction, you do not eliminate, nor do you even meet the standard for the EPA. So they're put so insanely, if you got rid of every car, every gas fireplace, every gas stove, it still would not meet the standard that they're looking for. And the problem is California's gotten around it by promising to meet the standard eventually. They're not. It's an impossible standard as long as there's gasoline cars on the road, and you cannot eliminate that.
The bureaucracy is crippling. And so, coming from the left side and saying, listen, we have, nuclear energy to me is so cool. Uranium salt reactors. I love thorium recyclers. We have this energy research center, the Santa Fe Energy Research Center down in Orangeville here. They're doing so many cool things. And I love nuclear energy. Very sustainable, quote unquote, clean.
Yes.
Great jobs, the kind of careers you want in your community. But the regulations, like the EPA stuff in place, make it impossible to develop the technology or start those jobs. And so even my side on the left, because I would argue that's kind of where the EPA type stuff came from,
yes.
Policy-wise or philosophically, we get in our own way. And so that's where, I'm a big proponent of federalism. I think that we need to put a trust.
Hold on. Now that's where the Democrat Party's going to come down hard on you. Say that again.
You'd think, but because in law school, the Federalist Society is the conservative-leaning law club or law group, and people are just so easily sold into clubs. They're wearing their Mickey Mouse Club ears, and they're just so into it, and they're like, yeah, that's what federalism means. No, here's even as a tried and true liberal progressive here, I want communities to be able to determine what's best based on their culture. I want their culture to survive. I want that whitewashing, that monoculture we've been getting. That the liberals, left has traditionally said, hey, we have to let people preserve their cultures and their their unique identities. Well, yeah, this is how you do it: is you let communities solve their own problems, because
that's not a progressive idea.
You would think, but
tell me about the Sahara Club now.
It makes excellent sense what you're saying.
The Sahara Club runs out of California once a year to try to stamp down everywhere else.
And they're wrong. Their policy on nuclear energy is wrong on the most simple levels. They fundamentally miss the reality of the science. They just misunderstand it, and it drives me nuts. What really bothers me about at least the Sierra Club is it was founded by John Muir. I love John Muir. My oldest son, I named him John. And so I think they really have missed the mark. And there's other environmental organizations I really struggle with. People like SUA, the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance. I believe it's incorporated in Switzerland.
That makes sense.
I get grumpy when people in Bountiful tell me, what I need to do regulate the public lands here, the 96% BLM ownership of lands here in Carbon and Emery County. It bothers me because those are our public lands. And I go, technically, but I live here. Like, they're not. You are welcome to visit as much as I am, but I live here. The management of it means more to me in reality than it does to you, because I am actually affected by it.
Well, and your taxpayers, your tax dollars, their local tax dollars are going not only to make sure those lands are kept federal, your county relies on those PILT dollars that the federal government pays pennies on the dollar to have that land be restricted. And then if anyone gets hurt on that land, it's your local tax dollars that are funding your police departments, your EMTs, your hospitals. So yes, Davis County may have an opinion on how to run them because they're federal, but it's your tax dollars that go to actually maintain them.
Yeah. And so just a reevaluation of how we view this, the supremacy clause in the Constitution. I agree that there does need to be this dual relationship. The federal government should exist. We should, support, measures that affect, I do care about, public transportation in Louisiana on a level. I do care. I do. But when it comes down to it, I think I need to not be weighing in on the vote on how to best regulate, that or a lot of stuff. Issues in Texas are different than issues in Vermont. And so we get this group of 100 senators, or what are we at with Congress people? 400 and 500 something?
434 or something.
Still a smaller group, but still, I mean, that is a tremendous amount of power that is being wielded incorrectly because there's not a lot of this, collaboration. I like cooperative federalism. Things like cannabis laws, where federally, it is illegal, but there's this policy where the federal government says we will not interfere. So the DEA is not busting down every dispensary, whether they're the medical ones here in Utah or the ones in Portland that are on every other corner. And so I like cooperative federalism. So I do think there's this good balance. We can balance these relationships, but we definitely need to reevaluate exactly, the federal government's involvement in communities when policies just don't make sense across the board. If I had my magic wand, I'd do two things with our public lands down here. One, I would transfer all mineral gas lease from federal land to SITLA to fund our schools. Because we can raise our taxes all we want, we're still not going to come close individual be able to pay for the types of schools our kids deserve and the salaries our teachers deserve. But the mineral leases, I think if we give them exclusively to SITLA, I think we'd cover a lot of ground there. But that's my minor one. My pie in the sky, Jared, I don't know if we talked about this, is I would reinstitute a form of the Homestead Act. I said, okay, cities might be getting a little big for their britches.
Talk real slow because this is the good stuff. I'm gonna have to put an R rating on this show now. But go ahead, keep going.
So and even the housing prices, we have all sorts of issues. Food prices are out of control. So we have so much federal land down here, and I'm not talking about the public lands. People think the Santa Fe Swell, they're thinking of the Black Box or Buckhorn Draw. I'm talking about open land between Wellington and East Carbon, tens of thousands, if not millions of acres all over these counties that are perfectly situated for new towns that we can, responsibly design to make them, kind of a hallmark for walkability, health, small business friendly. The biggest issue, I think, for that, other than actually getting people to agree to it, is the water issue, because Eastern Utah is in a rough spot, and even all of Utah's in a rough spot water. Here's my weird solution that I think would work, and I'm willing to input on this. But if I had my magic wand, this is what I would do. I would, from the federal perspective, I would fund with federal dollars a handful of desalination water plants in Southern California, from San Diego up the coast. Calculate how many gallons of water is coming from that, then subtract that amount of water from California's rights to the Colorado River. And then I'd build a pipeline to Las Vegas and do the same thing.
Using ocean water, correct?
Yep. So to desalinate it.
Which is genius. And why have they not done that?
To repay the taxpayers then own 100% of the lithium extracted from that process. So then we stop taking our lithium from China, from Chile, from other foreign countries for our booming, battery market. And we allow our taxpayers to get repaid for the cost of those plants and the maintenance of those plants through that lithium sale, which increases, U.S. production of things. And so I think it's a grand slam. It's just getting people in Texas and in Florida and in Massachusetts to say, hey, we're willing to pay taxes to get water to Los Angeles.
Well, right now, Our current Bridger Bollinger right now is working on a bill that does just that with lithium and the mining of it, and giving that money back to the communities in which it's going to be mined, and actually giving us the sovereignty of our state controlling it. And now in Tooele County, we've got 120 miles west that is absolutely open. Why would we not create maybe a nuclear power plant out there that could be maintained and not affect the local community, but benefit Utah first? If Utah did it first and showed that all the benefits go to Utah citizens first, that may be what starts other states to do it, because we haven't built nuclear power for, 40 years?
Well, the hard part we have is we came through a prosperous time when we had a high trust nation. And that high trust nation, maybe it hasn't all the way dissolved, but it's dissolving.
Absolutely.
And
they don't trust government to do things.
Everyone signed up under FDR to say, yeah, we'll throw all our lot in under federal guidance. And then the high trust nation goes away, and the vultures step in. And I mean, we've lost that. So I think we do need to wrestle back federalism.
What we've lost is DC, because Democrats and Republicans are the same in DC.
It's all part of the low trust thing. I mean, your inner cities are dying because of low trust. When you're writing laws to let the criminals off at the expense of the victims, you're done. You're done. There's no...
We're not prosecuting on purpose.
But we've got to wrestle it back, because I think if we stood here in Utah and Utah wanted to put together a great society type movement within Utah, you could get buy-in. But when it comes from DC, we've seen it too many times. The deals were made where California gets 65% of our water, where California gets 80% of the electricity made in the state.
But has to do no infrastructure on their part when they have access to an ocean and technology.
And then that backdoors California in to come in and strong arm our cities and our laws and we become an abusee, which is, I mean, for Republicans out there, it's the exact argument why we have an electoral college. Mm-hmm. The exact argument.
Yeah, and I can get really nerdy and talk about, all those things for the next 20 hours. But it's something that happens a lot when I have these kind of conversations. People say, that doesn't sound liberal. I said, because I'm me. Right. Hi, my name's Nathaniel Woodward. My friends call me Than. You're going to get to know me over these next few months in the media. And I promise you, if my opponent's Celeste Malloy or Colby Jenkins, whatever they say about me is probably wrong, unless it's me, and then it's probably right. But here's the deal. If that's what sells to you, if you're the type of person that goes to the Chevy dealership to be told not to buy the Ford, then I don't want your vote. I don't need to be dealing with just some level of cult worship I can't handle anymore of these political parties, because these political parties are now boy bands. People are screaming at them. Everyone knows the lyrics to they know the tune to the Beatles, but not everyone knows the lyrics. So they're just listening to the tune and they're screaming at a movie poster or a band poster. And so I have no patience for it. And I really try to have some decorum about stuff, but I really hit my limit with some of these, political, how people view how I should be, because I'm a Democrat. All of a sudden I am now, Joe Biden. All of a sudden I am now Nancy Pelosi. I can absolutely stand up and defend Joe Biden for a lot of reasons. What do I like about him? In his book, he talks about this concept of community policing, where we get cops out of the cop cars, walking a beat in your little towns, so they're talking to everyone.
We do have that now in Utah. They've had it for 20 years called COPS, Community-Oriented Policing.
And so he was a big part of that in the 80s and 90s, kind of putting that policy out. So I can talk about things.
But his bill in 94 did the most damage to that.
And so there's these mistakes that have been happening. And that's where I get a disconnect for a lot of these politicians is that sometimes they really screw up, and I'm okay if you mess up, but you got to own it. You got to say, man, I hosed you on that. But here's the reason. Let me explain. I'll take the time to explain why I did it, and unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people do that because they said, I did it because, this lobbyist representing this company paid into the super PAC because Citizens United is now, owns me. Or because
Citizens United, that's the thing. The Republicans need to eat that. They need to serve that on a plate with lettuce laid down underneath it like a fan, and the silver goblet you lift off, and it is a giant pile of dog poo. And the Republicans from back then need to eat it. They seriously do. Now, Biden, when he wrote the 94 crime bill, that was the National Black Caucus that wrote that for him.
And that's actually engaged systemic racism. I mean,
But they were the ones in their communities were suffering with the gang violence. So I get why they wrote it. So it's not an all evil thing. I think you're on the right path on that. We need local control.
And I'm willing to grow. That's the thing, is I'm not only willing to eat crow, when I am wrong, but I'm also willing to learn from my experiences. I'm not too proud where I just shut down and saying, well, I'm going to take my ball and go home. I strongly believe in that a leader in any, whether it's in Cub Scouts or to the presidency, you have to be humble enough to say, "God, I messed up. Will you help me?" Hey, because there's fewer people I have bigger difference with than someone like Mike Lee. But if I'm wrong about something and he was right about something, I'm confident I could say, Mike, if you are willing to help me, tell me how you came to this. Explain to me your reasoning so I can at least learn from it, or I can learn to better beat you later. No, but just lay it out for me, because sometimes I need you to spoon feed it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5, because I need that sometimes. I was a terrible student. I almost didn't graduate high school. I didn't learn how to learn until I had a daughter, and it scared the living crap out of me. And all of a sudden, school became very important to me because I had a lot to lose, and everything became interesting, so I could finally hyper-focus correctly.
How old are your kids?
My oldest, my daughter, she's 12. I was so cocky when she was born. I grew up with 5 sisters. I got girls. I've got this all figured out. And a 12-year-old girl is the most challenging thing I've ever encountered in my. I'll take the bar every week for the rest of my life. That'd be simpler than.
Hey, at least they love you. Girl. They get to be daddy's girl for the first 10 years. You are the sun rises and sets. But once they turn 11, 12, 13, 14, now even getting a hug from them is like, oh, fine.
Yesterday.
And then they start loving you again about 18, 19, when it usually involves Mom, Dad, Mom, I need money.
You're deep in the iodine valley.
They're little blessings.
I'm such a sap. My son got his tonsils out 2 days ago. We were leaving the hospital yesterday morning, and my daughter, my 12-year-old, she held my hand as we were walking out of the hall. And I just, oh my gosh, she's holding my hand.
It's like seeing a unicorn.
Don't say anything wrong. Don't say anything wrong.
I had just told her I bought her Hamilton tickets. So this is bought and paid for. But
when is Hamilton?
August. It's in August and late July at the Eccles in Salt Lake.
Oh, I got to get my 12-year-old Hamilton tickets, and then she'll hold my hand.
She's a big musical theater nerd, but that's the thing. So I have a 12-year-old, I have an 8-year-old, and my son John, who had Down syndrome, passed away. He would have turned 10 in May, and so we had 2 years apart. 3 kids. I think that's my sweet spot. I was raised in a family of 7 kids, and I don't know if I could do it. It's just not in my personality to be able to focus on that much.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss. They don't have a word for parents who lose children, because it's just too devastating to imagine.
A word, if we came up with the word, it'd be insulting. And that's why it happens. I had a cousin recently lose a child like that. And when I was in law school, a buddy of mine lost his brother in a helicopter accident on the Hudson. And he asked me, it was the first time he'd asked me, but it's been asked me since, is, how do you get through this? My answer is, you don't. You're never out of the woods. You just get used to the scenery. And you do find, through the pain, through the heartache, you do find moments of beauty. Truly. I'll be sitting out on the San Rafael Swell, fossil hunting or something. And I'll take a sit, and I'm just sitting there on a rock in the desert, alone with the wind or something, in the silence. And I'll have a moment. I'll have something beautiful will come into my soul. And it wouldn't have happened had I not gone through this, trauma. of course, I'd trade anything in an instant to have John back, or my mom died when I was in law school. I'd trade anything to get them back, but it's not going to happen. I'm not going to get them back. And, at least in my view in this life. But
you
in
feel
the reality I have, in the cards I've been dealt, there is beauty. And I've come to appreciate these very rich moments as a result. And so, they say, how do I get through this? It's not hopeless. You're not going to get through it, but you are going to find a new reality. And in that reality, there is joy, there is beauty, and there is so much more to life than black and white.
I appreciate that. And I've lost someone that means everything to me. And I didn't think I'd ever get through it, and the guilt of having a happy moment when you've lost them, you almost feel guilty because you found some happiness. But I think the beauty of it all is that you also meet angels among us that come into your life after a tragedy that maybe you wouldn't have met otherwise. And the path that your life goes on goes in a different direction that may not have happened otherwise. But those moments of you feel of perfection, or they're with you, they're beside you. It's a pretty, you learn how to live in a world without them, but they never leave you. They never leave your heart. They never leave your mind. And you just tend to enjoy a different scenery, and you got to enjoy those blessings. I want to get into the issues again, because you would like to represent CD2, but you don't live in CD2, or do you?
I do not, but I think the best argument, other than the rule C I can, which is a dumb argument, but I mean sufficient technically.
Well, it's rural. You're representing a rural part of our state.
It's such a gerrymandered system, and I'm not just saying that because we're in Utah and I'm a Democrat and it's run by Republicans. Blue states do it too. Every state that has a majority of the sufficient size gerrymanders the heck out of their voting base, and it's absurd.
So you say all but Wyoming. That's what you're saying.
Is Wyoming pretty straightforward?
Well, they only have one. They have an at-large.
There we go. And so, because I'm going to try to represent a district that, goes from Farmington down through Bountiful into Salt Lake, and then, beelines over to you in Tooele, and then goes down the whole half of that state, and then, over to Hanksville and Kanab and up into Manti. It's just, I have a hard time rationalizing in my brain that someone sat in a room without, and actually said without any corruption, like, a congressman can equally represent the interests of Manti and Bountiful, because those are exactly the same communities with the same issues and the same values. It's a joke. And so I'm rural. That's why I felt comfortable jumping into this race at this time, because I hadn't planned to run in a race like this for another couple of years, and in the district I live in CD3. But the opportunity came, and I said, Utah needs a rural representative, not just rural Utah. I think Utah in general needs a rural representative who's just seen the state from kind of an outside view, from an outside of Utah and Salt Lake Valley view of the state, because it's very different. And there was a time when I was really little where Eastern Utah is doing kind of what Eastern Oregon's been trying to do, become part of what Greater Idaho or whatever they're calling it. Eastern Utah and Western Colorado, were on the path to try to declare their own state at one point. And why? Because they felt disregarded, overlooked. We paid the bills of the state forever. Our mineral royalties paid for everything. And then Norm Bangerter, for some reason, said the stupidest thing I think a governor said in the state in the last 50 years. As far as I'm concerned, Utah ends at Provo. And we said, we agree. Absolutely. Now let us keep our taxes. And so, coming from this outside perspective, I think saying, listen, every big issue you're seeing in those bigger cities in Utah are happening in our little towns, but I'm seeing it not just exaggerated, but on a more intimate level, because my city council, I know them all. I know them all very well. I know our county commissioners because it's a small town. So when someone loses their home to bankruptcy for medical bills, you tend to know them. So you see all these issues play out that happen in these cities, but they see it in your little town. And when, one business closes, you can see the effects ripple out much greater on the scale. So I think Greater Utah needs someone that kind of feels, game theory. There's infinite players and finite players that play to win the game and players that play because they're fighting for their lives. I feel I'm an infinite player. I'm not just playing to win this individual game. I have got to win the Super Bowl. I've got to, or my community is going to disappear. I have, like when I got good at college, I've got skin in the game now. I've got something to lose, and it makes me dangerous because I'm going to be passionate about this stuff. And dangerous not as in, I'm going to burn the place down. Dangerous as in I am very invested in this, and I cannot afford to lose my home. And so I'm going to go into Congress, and I'm probably going to get in a little trouble with even my own folks where I say, can you just shut up for a minute and listen to what the people actually need and not your agenda and your feelings and your ego and your social media following? Can we actually do this? And so that's why some of the representatives I admire most are the ones that most people have disregarded or mocked. The ones that can't be bought. Bernie Sanders cannot be bought. I don't have to agree with everything he does to not admire that he's not for sale. AOC, she can't be bought. I don't have to agree with her on policy.
I would argue she's bought right now.
Yeah,
I think Nancy Pelosi shut her down.
Well, let me tell you a story about that actually. And to kind of go along with what you're saying, but I it doesn't really change my view of her too much.
I actually kind of like Nancy, I actually like Nancy Pelosi makes stuff happen.
Okay.
I actually kind of like AOC because she's just a fireball. But
I have to get to a question though, comments, because we have not addressed any of our comments. But David Weiss makes a comment that says we should represent the country as a whole first and your district second. And that is absolutely true. We elect our elected House members and senators to represent us in Utah. And I think that we've discussed this on the show before. If we're going to get our debt in order, which is the seat you're running to actually be a part of in the spending, the purse, we have to maybe forego the pork. And that pork could mean Eastern Utah. It could mean Tooele County, where we're not getting new roads. We're not getting this. Some of us in this country are sick and tired of the debt. The fact that our current interest rate right now is more than what we pay for our military or our social programs. I mean, this is insane where we are. We're going to have to forego getting this pork, which helps the state for sure. But as a national representative, we've got to look at the country overall and maybe put a stop to a lot of the spending that we all want for our districts. We have our needs.
Or we lean in how they've been going, lean into this modern monetary theory crap that we've been living under and eliminate taxes. I don't see why we need to do both.
You know who I really like? And I know a lot of people, get grumpy with him, but Robert Wright, his practical economics when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean, his theory on taxation, I like a lot more because it's, tax the rich, but more nuanced than that. So with David's comment about, as a federally elected person, I am going to the nation. I would slightly counter that I'm not representing the United States in Utah. I'm representing Utah in the United States. And so listen, we do have a national debt. That means all of us. We have federal issues. And I would add, the border, that's a national issue. That's not just a Texas, Arizona, California issue. That is a national issue. But I'm not going to come back and say, the federal government is going to solve all of this, and I'm here to represent the federal government. I'm going to say I'm taking Utah sensibilities, Utah lessons, and I'm going to contribute to the conversation, not dominate it, because the states that should be leading this conversations on how to solve these things are Texas, Arizona, California. The states that are actually dealing with the immediate fallout are the ones who need to lead the conversation. They need to do it humbly, with saying, hey, we need input because it's everyone's money.
This has been going on for so long. They've tried humble. Then they started sending a taste of what their economies experienced by sending these migrants into other cities, blue cities especially, and now they've got everyone awake. Now everybody is like, whoa, we need to settle down. And it's the first time an issue has been pretty much the same.
Yeah,
Both
well,
Democrat and Republicans are saying
I think that's why
fix
you need
the
to vote for
border.
me on these type of issues. You want a Democrat in there that is going to be able to talk to his own party and say, we have to listen. We have to listen because and Jared, and you pointed on this, and I think actually both of you did. We have this issue where people, they just don't. No, I can't hear these. This hurts my ears. I'm not going to allow you to come speak on my campus because I disagree with you. Instead of, I am so excited for someone I disagree with to come talk because, you better be brave because I'm going to listen and I'm going to talk back. That we need to foster this kind of, not just toughness, but this, yes, pushback on my ideas, because just because you're pushing back on my ideas does not mean I'm going to be wrong. It means I'm going to get challenged and I'm going to grow and my muscles are going to get stronger from this. I'm going to learn from this. Hopefully you are too. But going into, into Congress, we can elect another Republican who's just going to do lockstep as they're doing, or you can vote for me, who's going to be a Democrat, who's going to, and is a Democrat. I'm not a moderate, my own philosophy, but my own philosophy does not trump my ability and desire to come to solutions. I'm not going to take my ball and go home. I'm going to talk to my own party and say, listen, you're not going to tell me how to vote, period, ever. No, that's gross. And I'm going to call you out publicly if you try to tell me. I'm going to get in trouble for how to vote. If there's a real solution proposed by the people who are boots on the ground, know it, and there's evidence to support it, I'm going to support it. And unfortunately, these bills do have a lot of pork in it. And a lot of people say, well, I'm not going to vote for this because it also has funding for Planned Parenthood. And I go, gosh, you're a baby. Let's solve issues. Let's actually solve them. Keep your ideological nonsense, to the podium where you speak.
Are you saying you would fund things for Planned Parenthood?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, how many other private 501c3s get funding from the government?
Oh, lots. There's
billions, millions over time.
Yeah, so there's a lot of issues I have with, because I set up business LLCs, charitable organizations. I know the paperwork process, the bureaucracy of it. There's a lot I would change, especially how certain entities are taxed. Especially nonprofits aren't taxed, but I think they need to be monitored for their activities closer, because if they engage in certain behavior, and a lot of them do, they should, especially the ones that the nonprofits that are hospitals. But that's another tangent on itself. But going, I don't want to completely glaze over what David's saying about, I can't just say, hey, I'm focused on Delta, I'm focused on Bountiful, I'm focused on my, these solutions down here, because I have a responsibility in Congress to pass budgets, to address these bigger issues. And the idealistic guy in me wants to, swap NASA's budget with the military's budget. I'd love to see that. But I'm a realist. My idealism is not going to get in the way of things too much, at least. And I want to look at these things and say, okay, who's got experience with this? Who's got an idea with how to reduce our debt? Because I have my views on student debt. Philosophically, on how I can make arguments all day on why we should be forgiving student debt, but why we can't just write a check right now, because it does nothing to solve the problem it's causing, because the next generation.
The Supreme Court ruled, though. The scholars of the Constitution ruled that it's not constitutional to forgive student debt.
It's not constitutional to forgive banks and forgive auto.
You're right. Let me dig
totally agree on that.
Let me dig on the student debt. I wonder if that would be a watermark thing for the Democrat Party on total loss of blue collar workers, to say, you blue collar workers who made more responsible choices, we're going to foist these people who wanted to play around, and some people who went and got degrees, but the ones who got degrees aren't screaming for it. The ones who got responsible degrees, but the ones who went to play around and studied non-profitable fields, we're going to fight. Do you think, because,
what about the people who paid him off?
In the rollover of the 18 to 1900s, the Republican Party was your inner city party, and it was your atheist party.
Post Teddy Roosevelt, the spectrum started to switch.
Why did it do that?
Should I say the Illuminati? Can we start that conversation?
No. Sure. It was actually because of the progressive models that Teddy Roosevelt pushed, drove away the inner city people.
Yeah,
and they rolled into the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
And so would this be a mark where the blue collar workers say to the Democrats, we get it now. You only work for the laptop class, the educated class. You no longer work for us. Would that cause the Democrat Party to lose them for another 100 years?
So I mean, I'd counter with, the term of irresponsible, or did responsible things.
Okay, forget about all those terms.
As my friends who became mechanics, I think I was as responsible. So
forget about all those terms. I
graduated law school, and to go through all that process, it cost me over $375,000. Now, on the surface, if we can't agree that that's insane and that needs to be addressed, then I don't know if we can have
issue problem, though.
I don't think we can have a realistic conversation, especially from people like Mitt Romney, who went to law school on Rich Daddy's dime or did it for song and a dance, because you could work part-time as a janitor than full-time in the summer. And
okay, whose fault are those decisions? Whose fault are the decisions of the bloated college expenses?
Well, so why is college so expensive? We're talking about administrative bloat. That's a big part of it.
Why are colleges doing that? It goes back to when the government guaranteed the loans.
It
directly goes back.
Because they can.
Kicks off in Carter, gets bigger in Reagan, explodes in Clinton.
When government took over student loans.
And then Bush drove the nail in that coffin.
But you're saying they shot at the target and they didn't realize what was behind, because they didn't think about what this would look like in 30, 40 years.
No, it's virtue legislation, which is all we get anymore from both parties.
I think we're in agree. We have a lot in agreement on that end, but I'm sitting here, from my perspective is, here we are. We're here now. We have a big problem, because I would love to charge less. I would love to charge less. But
I really want to dig in on this, because it's deeper than that. So the studies that come out that says the average college graduate makes $1 million more in their lifetime than the non-college graduate. So now we're in debt. We're playing with this. Let's face it. Our government is running on modern monetary theory. Whether they admit it or not, that's how we've been living. We're inflating to death. Blue collars are struggling. And I did pull up the report. It was Congress that said that, the immigrants, and we'll go over that here in a minute.
Oh, that percentage you gave me?
Yes. It's I overrated it. It's 50%.
How dare you?
But blue collars are struggling.
Yeah.
We're drowning. We're drowning out here. We're drowning because the Republicans do nothing for us and the Democrats punish us. That is exactly what's done. I think the Affordable Care Act raped blue collar workers. Overnight, our insurance payments quadrupled.
Yep, mine tripled.
Every month, the government cuts a check for most people for thousands of dollars, goes directly to these tens of $billions a year in profit corporations. And that's
who wrote that code, though?
Yeah. So
who wrote the tax code?
So that was a Democrat product that started. So if you look at the first iteration of what President Obama wanted to do, I'm like, yeah, good progressive ideas. And then it went through the lobbyists and the bought and paid for legislators, and they, like you said, that it became this monster. So did it?
Well, remember, Obama made a lot of promises there, but I just want to say it like this, and this is a message to all the people in government. If it's going to punish your people, stop.
Yeah.
Especially your middle class.
Stop. Obama should have stopped. All of that. We've got to stop. We've got to stop where the federal government pays local municipalities to get DUIs or to take kids away from parents. Those have to stop.
Oh, that's hard. I just had a hearing yesterday with
I'm serious.
Parental rights. And that kills me. Gosh, that's hard to sit through.
It's happening through the entire country right now.
And we're moving to a point. This is a warning. We're moving to a point where people are going to start learning how to build guillotines.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom. You said it.
It's
been a while.
Yeah. So with that, but with that student debt thing, so we have the reality we have, and so if I can give simple statements, saying like, listen, you give a tax break to a millionaire of $1,000, that $1,000 will never see the light of day again. You give a tax break to a blue collar worker of $1,000, that immediately gets recycled into our economy.
That millionaire is hiring that blue collar worker. I mean,
but I don't trickle down is absurd. It's not real.
Absurd. Even the Trump tax cuts, my husband got a bonus after that at his job, and they hired 50 new people.
So
because they could,
and that might be a rarity because I can.
It wasn't that rare.
That didn't happen.
So many
because
corporations
do not
came
treat
back
their workers.
and hired more people.
I'll tell you one thing. Here's an anecdotal story. I worked for a company who is probably the largest agricultural company in the world. Okay, everyone knows its name. Everyone deals with its
Monto.
No, Monsanto comes to them for stuff.
Oh, okay.
I worked for an international company, and I argued this with one of my supervisors who's a Democrat-leaning independent. He's like me, except the exact opposite. Like, I could easily see myself voting for a Democrat if I chose to vote. I usually don't vote. I vote local.
I'm glad you're not voting.
Because the rest of it's hot garbage. But I argued with him, and he says, oh, Trump's horrible and these tax breaks. And I said to him, what happened after Trump got in? Now, we had a position that had been argued by every safety guy was where we were going to have an accident, right? And it's because we had too few people doing one job. And all of a sudden, we had double the amount of people doing the same job, freeing that up and making it a less dangerous job. And so, I would argue that allowing money to stay with people who earn it and not ripping it away from them to give it to people who do not.
And at the end of the day, you're a lawyer, so your debt, you can make that up tenfold to what we could do in the blue collar. And the people with college degrees do chances, like you said, they do make more overall. But when you're telling the blue collar that they're responsible to pay a debt that they had no business in, no idea, and the person who went to college knew exactly that college costs money, they signed that paper knowing or not knowing, and at the end of the day, what about the people who paid off their debt?
So
why am I responsible
the
for
correction
someone
I'd
else?
make initially, though, is that, well, first off, saying I'm a lawyer and I can pay it off, there's some truth to that, but not all lawyers make a lot of money. And we have, especially the most important lawyers, like public defenders, do not make even close to what they should make. So
but they know that because they became a public defender.
But then again, they have to be. So we need public defenders. We need them. If we say, okay, well, that's a bad choice, and we're just going to completely ignore that, then we stop having them. Then we're going to see.
No one is saying that.
A
We're
big
saying
issue.
everybody
But
knows.
that is to take that further. The second thing to go along with that is that the notion that it's going to be the blue collar workers paying for this debt, and that's not even close to what my proposal.
And you're right on that. You're correct. It would be spread across the board.
Well, and even that, I don't think the taxpayer themselves will be the ones responsible for that. I think we can get way more creative if we actually put our minds to that. So I proposed like the lithium, as a surplus to that water solution I had with this, quasi new Homestead Act. We can create programs to feed into that to address the problem, because like I said, if wave that magic wand, and use the national budget to pay off my student loans and everyone else's student loans, no, that's not ethical. Not because the blue collar worker, another worker who didn't go to college, did something else. That's because we pay taxes and stuff we have no benefit from all the time. So that's not a real argument. What the actual argument is that just eliminating the debt now does nothing to address the problem. And that is not a solution. That is a Band-Aid. That is a half step. That is nonsense. We need to actually find a way to, if we're going to pay off student debt and forgive, quote unquote, forgive student debt, we need to do it in a way that is, one, sustainable, and two, equitable. And so, because some people chose a different path, and they should not necessarily be on the hook fully. But then again, they filled a pothole on a road yesterday that I'll never drive on, but my tax dollars went to that. That's as fair as paying back on someone else's student
Your
debt.
local
So,
tax dollars went to that.
but
well,
the-
that's the thing. And so
you live.
that's what we need to
That'd
look
be
at.
different if there
Different tier
wasn't.
solutions and levels. And so, you know,
But you're
trade
talking
school-
about a direct benefit in the end to an individual, where
I would say
a road,
it would
unless
benefit
they
the
went to a
economy.
road
I said
that had.
Yeah, it's not just a direct benefit. I think there's a huge fallout benefit as well, because if you know, let's say a middle class person makes, you know, 50 grand a year, 60 grand a year, and they have to pay $800 a month in student loans to some, you know, and that money is going to disappear forever. If they all of a sudden in your little town have an extra $800 a month, it's going to get spent in your little town. And
right.
so it's going to get circulated right back. And so there is going to be collateral from that. I think that's going to be way more effective.
Let me build an argument. Let me ask this first. Would you be okay with going after the college's endowments and their
Amen.
Yes.
DEI administrative offices? Would you be okay with going after that?
I wouldn't
40
necessarily
billion from
single
Harvard,
out
for example.
diversity and equity inclusion offices, because I think from my anecdotal experience is as I've seen them. Now, I've never participated because I am a 6 foot tall, white, blonde haired, blue eyed man. They're not for me. They shouldn't be for me. I've seen very good things in my experience, both at a state university and at a private university, like where I went to law school at Willamette. So I would, but to go along with kind of your line of thinking, there are areas I would absolutely, and I think we need to perform a pretty comprehensive audit into these to say, listen, we have, you know, we have roles, we have jobs that are increasing the cost of running a university that simply just don't make sense with the cost benefit ratio of going to college right now. So we've got to lower tuition. We've got to lower these costs. We've got to take a hard look at whether having this tennis team is worth it.
Let me ask you another hard question on that with the DEI.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if they had an office of support for everyone that wasn't 6 foot tall white man with blonde hair and blue eyes?
Well, so
because that's where we're at.
Yeah. So, you know, that's a hard philosophical thing. I've kind of had to, not just philosophical, practical. You know, I'm sitting there, you know, reading in the law library, looking at a book, feeling emotions, feeling inadequate, feeling like I needed support. You know, I need help here. And there were times where I'm like, man, I don't have a quote unquote safe place. You know, I don't have a place where I can go just to feel supported, because the general conception is, well, that's the world for you, dude.
The world's built for you. It's made for you.
Yeah,
That's
you're privileged.
You walk in and the world
It's just that
shines.
the obstacles aren't in my path. And just because obstacles aren't in my path doesn't mean I'm not out in the storm. It means I can get through the storm quicker, but I'm still out in the storm. And so I would agree that we do need to, if I was to go in and change, you know, DEI offices, I would definitely, you know, equity over equality every time. Because, you know, if we give everyone $10, well, that's not equity at all. That's just everyone got $10 and some people already had $10. We need to make sure we level the playing field for that. And that includes an awful lot of people like me shutting up and listening to people who have gone through those struggles and have perspective, but equally that they need to understand I also have input, because it is affecting me. It is going to affect me. Absolutely.
Well, let me tell you who the DEI offices help. They help Will Smith's son. They help Obama's daughters. They don't help the poor black man.
Hey, the poor
They
black
help-
man
they
doesn't
help
get
the
into
rich
college.
black man.
Didn't have any celebrity, you know, minority children, and so I think
That's where it goes to,
No,
because
there's
that's
a
who
whole-
goes. It goes to the upper middle class minorities. They've tested it. They've studied it. It's
And
shown.
there is an actual argument to be made that colleges are saying we have to help you because you're not capable of getting into college on your own. You're not capable of getting these certain advantages, when that is racist to me.
Yeah, if
I know
that's
many
the narrative,
people of
I haven't
color-
heard that narrative, but if that is something being said, you know, I'd come down on that hard. So maybe
Right, but
you know,
that's
a middle
what it
ground
is.
solution to this, I think, and because I don't know if we're going to really come to a full understanding.
No, we're not.
But I think there's a middle ground solution here. I'm a big
Get
fan.
the government out of college,
An audit. I feel like the Pentagon. They fail every audit we give them.
Hold on, the Marine Corps passed the audit this year.
They? Well,
the first one in
good.
13 years to pass an audit.
My granddad, I got his rank advancements on the wall. He was a captain in the Marines. So we've been a big fan of the Marines. And I think the Pacific might be my favorite miniseries.
If you're in Congress, would you be willing to audit every department?
I think we have to. I think we have to have a hard look and say, okay, we've given you X amount of money, and you're supposed to achieve certain goals. You haven't achieved those, or maybe we need to know what the heck's going on, what's most effective, what's not, because you can get those things, and you can say, okay, why are we not being effective in this area? And then we explore it. We say, okay, do we need to scrap it? Do we need to adjust it? Do we need to blend it with something else? That's where the conversation should take place. But everything needs to be audited, especially the government, because it's liable to us, and they're just not being terribly effective where they should be effective. So like universities, I think we should need to kind of audit if we're going to have. So here's my middle ground with the diversity, equity, inclusion places, or any support service, that it needs to be subject to certain goals, certain, objective realities. You have to achieve this, serve this type of, these types of individuals at a certain rate compared to other types of income, let's say. And if they do not meet those goals, they are frequently audited. If they do not meet those goals, there has to be real automatic consequences. Not, now we're going to take it into a hearing. No, we say, listen, if you do not make this benchmark, here is the consequence. Growing up, if I get home and the lawn is not mowed, Nathaniel, you will not be going to your friend's house to play Halo. Well, guess what happened when Dad got home and the lawn wasn't mowed? I wasn't over at Michael's house playing Halo. That was it. That end of story. The conversation was over.
What does that look like? Does that look like government out of student loans? Government
we need to have a conversation. So I'd have to sit down and say, like, okay, what is a consequence that would spur? Because I'm not recidivist. I don't want a consequence for consequence sake. I want a consequence that's going to teach and help improve. And so it said, hey, we're going to scrap your program. It's, if you do not meet this benchmark, here is a consequence that is going to help you along. Like when DCFS, begins the process of taking away a kid from a parent, trying to get custody. 9 times out of 10, when I've dealt with those, it's not, we're taking the kid and, you will never see them again because you're awful. It's, we're going to talk about reunification. Here are the steps. And each one of those steps I've seen at least is, individual therapy, family therapy. They're all steps that help improve the individual and the family as a unit. They're not, you're doing this because I'm mad at you. It's, listen, there's a shortcoming here in your life. Here's how we think you can improve it. You need to show us that you can. So, and there's lots of arguments in between all that, but still, that's how I would do it. We'd have to find a way. So what, we talk about, equity inclusion. Let's make it a little less controversial. The football program, coach, if you don't have a winning season next year, you are fired, or we're going to dock your pay. We're going to redo your contract at half the rate.
That's happening now.
So that's
and they're giving athletes money now, and letting athletes get money.
I get, because it's such big money. In my perfect world, I think every single penny that goes into an athletic program, from these big bajillion-dollar contracts, goes back. That's how we should just fund our education. You want free education? Football should pay for it. But then again, I'm a big I'm a big union guy. I got UMWA stuff, IBEW stuff all over my office. So I get why the people who are doing the work should make the money. But I think college sports is a little bit different of a conversation.
Well, yeah, because college sports brings money to the college.
And they're getting, well, and then athletes are getting the benefits.
Way.
They're getting an education. They're getting, and I think there's a big misstep in our view of college. Because people, we say, go to college to get a job. I say that's wrong. We should go to college to expand our minds. Businesses shouldn't be requiring, degrees. We should be going to college to take women's literature, and history of yoga, not just those courses, but all of them. And so in my perfect world,
if that's what you want, you should pay for it.
And I
shouldn't pay for it.
I in my utopia vision, of course, we would make our universities have trade programs. They'd have to have them. And our general education requirements would cut both ways. Our students in the humanities, you've got to take welding. You've got to take diesel mechanics. You got to take one of these credits. our students in diesel mechanics, you're going to have to take, business contracts, something like that. Just way we get more rounded students on both ends. But on top of that, we had a student that goes to, a trade school to study, go back to diesel mechanics. So that's one that interests me. We have a good program here in Price. And they go there and they just study that. Well, being a one-trick pony is dangerous because adapting later on if something happens is rough. But if we also give them business courses, instead of going out and having to work for Jiffy Lube or Les Schwab or whatever, they can say, hey, I know how to do this. I'm going to save up my money now I'm working to start my own things. I know that I have the resources, the education to do this. On the other end,
another thing the Democrat Party killed, though, was trade classes in high school. And I would renew that Democratic narrative of supporting the working class, saying, hey, we actually have to help these folks out. I wouldn't just forgive, the academic, the university path student debt. I would, if I could pay for that in the future. Trade school's the same, and I would incorporate those further back into high school too. I would go into also people who start a business. You go buy a truck, you show a successful business for a year.
I agree. I completely agree.
We've got a ton of
I know
comments.
we've got a lot of comments. We brought Satan into the studio, a Democrat. So
how dare you?
A lot of people are on. But
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
I
Hi,
do have
O'Malley.
2 questions. One question I thought about asking was, how would you feel? We've got an unequal judicial system, correct? Our judicial system works for the wealthy and punishes the poor.
Absolutely.
How would you feel if they put price control on legal services?
Federally or like at the state level, like who got to control it?
It doesn't matter. Price controls on legal services that you had
On lawyers.
1941 era levels of price controls.
Yeah, I would tend to think I'm intrigued by the idea because I charge a very for legal services a very reasonable rate compared to what I used to be charged for when I was working for a big firm. Actually, I charge less than half what I used to bill out for at the big firm, and I do see that as being a big problem when things like attorney's fees are on the table in litigation, because believe it or not, courts and juries don't always make the right choice.
What?
And so, but we see things like slap suits, which is the big issue. A lot of people, so I teach healthcare law and ethics at a small medical college in Portland. And a lot of times my students, and they ask the question, I stop and say, the question is never, can I get sued? Because the answer is always yes. You can always file a lawsuit. Now, whether you can prevail or lose is the actual question. Are you actually liable here? But here's the deal. So they'll hit me up, a couple months after graduation or a couple years. They say, hey, professor, I got this job offer, or I got this job right after that, but there's a non-compete in there, which now isn't really relevant, thankfully, because non-competes have always been stupid. Now, finally, the government's agreed. And the courts even were really hostile to it. And that's the thing is I never actually saw a court uphold a non-compete, but that's not the problem is if you leave your employer and they file suit against you because they can afford it and you can't, all they have to do is outlast you money-wise, because to get to summary judgment, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars. And because they have the legal right to pursue this, it can get to a jury trial. And even me, low-cost, small town lawyer, I don't know if I could take a case all the way to trial for less than $10,000. So can you afford, even though you're going to win, can you afford that?
I think if we put a policy in place that says loser pays the attorney fees, that would make cases far different.
Arbitrations have a lot of those.
Well, that wouldn't help in a slap case because they'll just outlast you until you lose.
And there's always the risk, though. So let's say that, like you said, we have a law that says, okay, mandatory in civil suits, the loser pays back the fees. But here's the problem: is the trial courts don't always get it right. If you pit me, your small town lawyer, against a corporation, they hire some Johnny Cochran who's going to just wipe the floor with
12
me.
Johnny Cochrans.
Yeah, that's things I can't. Man, they can bury me in motions because I could miss something when they have 3 floors working on it. So, I mean,
A
now that's the
specialist they
extreme
can
example. As much as I like to, I'm such a good litigator. I got to be real here. I'm not Clarence Darrow here. There are far better lawyers than me, and juries and judges don't always make the right choice. And so that's a risk I don't think we should be willing to take. So a mandatory fee payment, I don't think is maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'll definitely think on that a little bit more or a lot.
That'd be something to chew on, because those are restrictions commonly that the Democrat Party has used as answers to economic woes. And I would generally argue that they have been incorrect. Our healthcare system we have now is birthed out of when FDR put wage controls on the populace. It's exactly where it comes from. It killed our Rotary Club system, which was how commonly insurance was obtained and upheld.
Yeah, you go to the Rotary Club to get your insurance.
And now it's been moved into businesses started offering that. Now, granted, there's a couple car companies like Nash made big because of that, because companies would buy Nash, I think it was the Bonneville, and say, okay, you come work for us.
Really
we give you
good
this
healthcare.
car,
Come work for us for cheaper, but we're going to give you the
Yeah.
best health
Well,
care.
it's
on
not
the planet.
cheaper. Work for us for the same money,
that's where
because
health insurance, so we're in the 40s, and the government says there's a wage freeze, that thing. So like Henry Ford and them, which Henry Ford was a dirtbag, but let's at least talk about what he did here, saying, well, we need to incentivize people to come work for us. So we can't offer you more money. Here's what we can offer you. We'll pay for your health care. So Blue Cross Blue Shield's born of that type of thing. So I can see where benefits can come about.
Yeah,
but we're nearly a century later and try to operate under the same kind of.
we're a century later and drowning under it. We are drowning as a nation.
So we haven't been willing to progress and adapt and learn and take a couple risks here and there.
But is building a national healthcare system the answer? Because we see how England does it. England has one argument every year, and that's how to fund the NHS.
And they're much smaller than us, and their population's much different. Because our the rates of smoking under certain subgroups here are much higher. The rates of cancer in certain areas are much higher. So it's too complicated here to have to copy a European model. I think it would not be close to working.
I've never
but
heard
I
a
do
good
think
thing about Canada
healthcare. So we use that big no word, socialized medicine. So let's get away from like the repulsion just from hearing a word, and let's say, okay, what does a better system look like? I'm willing to listen to hear your side, because I think when it comes down to it, if we get rid of our repulsion over certain words, I think our solutions are going to be pretty close to what we each feel should happen, and I think there's compromise to be had in there that we can actually come to something.
We're seeing it in real time. The VA.
Yeah.
The VA. That's as socialized as you can get.
As a veteran, it's
fantastic.
Absolutely.
If we could, I think we could reprioritize our budget. I said, you want to increase military spending? I would agree if you promise that every single dollar would go to, fixing the problems we have, like the VA, like healthcare for our troops, coming home, for mental health and stuff. So yeah, absolutely.
But
so
Trump
I think
did
it could
the
work.
reform. Trump started the reform in the Veterans and Affairs, and then it got canceled the second Biden came into office, and yet
administrative policies and agendas.
In your opening comments, you mentioned that we are losing veterans. We're losing 20, how many a day?
Yeah.
To self-harm.
I've written it down every time I write it down to try to remember it. But it's insane how many we're losing, and that we're, if 20 people died in a plane crash every day, we would be passing regulations off the wazoo to stop it.
Now, Nathaniel, we've got 10 minutes left with you, and I've got 1 million comments. Okay. I mean, you have stirred the pot.
We're going to try to filter the comments. Everyone, now look, I know Nathaniel's political leanings don't match most of ours, and nobody's political leanings match mine. But he's a super good dude. Let's just remember that.
David Weiss, do you think you can learn to be an attorney online? Or does it have to be in person?
Yeah, no, Syracuse Law, Hawaii, they've got a couple good online law programs that I've been very impressed with. A local woman here, her name's Kendra, good active Republican. She's not right now because she's a law.
Yeah, Kendra used to be our party secretary.
Yeah, Kendra's
She's
awesome.
phenomenal.
She just graduated from online law school and passed the bar, and she is awesome.
She is. She's one of the best.
I'm by, the in-person law school. I think you're missing out on some really good experiences. Not doing it online.
Mock trials and things like that. Yeah, that are great.
I mean, sitting in the classroom, the smell of it, the anticipation, the professor walking in and cold calling, scaring the holy crap out of you. It's not the same over Zoom because I teach over Zoom. It's a bit different. But to that question, I'm all for it. I think a lot of education could be made a lot more affordable with these hybrid and even fully online models. And I think that there's kind of a market that's going to start kind of pushing that way anyway. So. I've got these, fluorescent lights here, and I think I'm going to lose this finger now because I shocked the crap out of this finger changing a ballast. But I learned how to do it on YouTube. It took me a couple times to get it right, and one good zap.
That's where the underwater basket weaving classes should be held. They should be free. You shouldn't pay someone to learn that.
Now, with that idea in mind, I know there's a whole conversation about whether you could get most degrees online, and I love that. But I think the focus of education should be education, and what he's saying, these electives they're taking or they're majoring in women's studies, those type of classes could be done online. As far as if I'm a taxpayer and I'm going to pay your debt, I should have the right to tell you, do it from home and do it at the cheapest college in the country.
I think even though I may disagree, I think all of us should value as a taxpayer. We should value how you feel because you are paying into this. You are an investor. You should have a voice, and we should take that serious and not just say, no, sure, you don't know what you're doing. No. I think that's where a big disconnect is happening on my side is they're telling you, no, stop, you don't know. But I think that we need to value that you have those feelings because you are literally part of the reason why we can have these programs because you're paying for it as much as anyone else is. And so I think we should value that and come to a solution. There has to be a middle ground.
What if we did away with government-backed student loans? The student loan process went back to what it was prior to that.
Where you're dealing with a bank.
Cold turkey today, I don't think it could work because of how we have it set up right now. But then again, to play a little devil's advocate to myself, if we just pulled that cord right now, the colleges would have to adapt. If they wanted to remain open, they would have to adapt. And so
their prices would reflect that.
So I think that might be an extreme way to go about it. And maybe on my grumpier days, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. But I think there would be too much collateral damage to the students who need it most. So but I think it's a conversation we should have about, listen, because the fact that might actually end up solving the problem ultimately, can we come to a solution that achieves that, but there is no collateral damage to people?
We're always going to have collateral damage.
Well, so the smallest amount possible.
And not see collateral damage.
Possible. Well, I think we can, but we have to be grumpier about it.
Right, but the rich are already paying how much
percent? But then again, I'm not going in there to
taxes
be idealistic.
In the country. So, but just to get through some of these, And I just want to say, you know what? Most careers, professional careers, you're going to have the top of your class in law school, and you're going to have the bottom of your class. And most people are going to go to the lawyer they can afford. They don't ask, well, what place did you take in law school? They don't ask their surgeon, did you graduate first in your class?
Never comes up.
Right. So, did you go to Harvard? Did you go to Utah State? Did you go to University of Utah? People care about that much. What they want is quality and what they can afford.
And the person, they care about the person. Can I trust you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, getting the government
Did you graduate top or bottom of your class?
Right in the middle. Right.
Okay,
right
so you're right in the middle of being able to be a politician.
But I won all the awards. Same thing with undergrad.
So what are you doing going to be a politician? You know they take the bottom of the class.
Oh.
Bottom of the lawyer class become politicians.
He was top of his class. What do you mean?
But it happened to be an undergrad too at Utah State. I graduated with a thoroughly average GPA. I was named Student of the Year 4 times in 3 subjects.
Well, I mean, you're 6 foot tall, white with blonde hair.
Did
you expect anything different?
So going on with it, David Weiss says socialism is social security. I think he meant the other way around. Social Security is socialism. David Weiss says Tulsi Gabbard's vision of the Democrat Party was what the Dems once were. Any party can become hijacked. Same with Republicans. Okay, I'm trying to get through the conversation stuff.
If we end up going over with him, we'll stick around as long as he can.
What time's our next guest?
If he comes on at 4, he can slip in.
Okay, so let the free market unleash driverless vehicles. The obstacle is government. If I had to bet my Bitcoins. Okay, and he did bring up Bitcoins early in the conversation. Boy bands, great analogy. He likes you. He mentioned representing
there is
the
a
whole
lot
country.
of comments.
This
She's
is
reading
crazy.
like every 8th.
My
So-
Dogecoin just recovered, so I'm back on feeling okay about crypto.
Back
Where's
on the Doge.
Where's Doge at right now?
I bought it years ago, right before, like
3 cents? I
mid
got it at 3
2000,
cents.
yeah, mid 2019. I bought like $150 worth.
Yep.
Saw that go up to like 20 grand. Then it went down to like $40 where it's been the last couple of years. It's back up to like 100. It's like I'm breaking even again. So
Okay.
Nice.
I'm gonna keep it
Well,
forever.
I'm kind of in the same boat
I'm
as
keeping
you.
it forever.
Nice.
So David says 40 billion endowment at Harvard.
Yeah.
So if we're going to do anything, Harvard could afford to send all the BIPOC kids for free and not charge the government. And that's Harvard. Texas State has got an endowment.
How
that
do
is
we
that
go
huge.
after college endowments?
You can't. So
Yeah. Gosh, there's got to be a solution. I can't say that I know what it is. I mean, send the National Guard. No, because we've
Send
done
the
that.
National Guard.
Presidents.
All
have
right,
done,
Eisenhower, slow your
yeah.
roll.
But no.
Do you know-
So there's the extreme. But I would say there's got to be a solution to that. But I would have to sit down with a lot of folks, and we would have to dedicate ourselves to the hard work to figuring out a solution and being okay with trial and error. On the surface, I agree. These huge endowments they're sitting on, there's a lot of need, and they whine about need and they whine about inequity. Well, you have the money to fix it, so do it. And so maybe just as a culture, we do have to unite and just get in their face saying, we will never hire another Harvard person intentionally. If you went to Harvard, none of this will work. We'll boycott Harvard until Harvard actually puts their money where their mouth is. And that's just one
again,
difference.
it's a Band-Aid. We've got to go to the root and how people are affording it. Yeah. And Harvard is only letting it be affordable because they're doing government-backed student loans. So they're guaranteed that money unless you die. That's it. You can't file bankruptcy
Let's
on
not
it,
forget Harvard
anything.
was where MK Ultra was.
Oh, is that where that was?
O'Malley May asks, do you know what the annual household income is to qualify to be considered middle class? Do you know what that is?
Middle class. Well, I know what the average. It depends. It's between $55,000 and $65,000 in general. But that's different. Like if you live in New York City.
Yeah, last I saw it was like 45. But
yeah,
it probably depends on where you live.
So what the actual statistical parameters are, I guess. I mean, if we want to generalize for the whole nation, I'm sure there's a number. But once again, that number doesn't really reflect, because I know people who make $100,000 a year who are struggling day to day, sometimes for bad decisions they've made, sometimes healthcare debt. So I wouldn't say someone, if you're making $100,000 a year, but you're paying off a kidney, well, I wouldn't say you're middle class. I'd say you're lower class. You're in poverty.
A household income right now at $75,000 a year, you'll probably have to get a cosigner to buy a $300,000 house.
if you could even find a $300,000 house.
Can we ban developers from running for office for a while?
What's that?
Can we ban developers for a while from running for office in Utah?
Well, they say that about lawyers too.
Utah has a.
I kind of agree sometimes.
Utah has a big developer representation. Hey, we got Matt Hymas on.
I just want to finish.
We're going to bring him in with us just to finish this out.
David says the court system should be AI. Hi, Matt.
That's an interesting
Hi,
concept.
guys.
Matt is running for school board, and
Well, he's presently school board.
currently on the school board, so he's our
hero
incumbent.
in his own right.
And we're
dad's
going to
on
grill
school
him
board.
on how this new Title IX rollout is working tonight.
Right. So we'll do that in a separate.
Yeah. Unless you want to stick around to hear
the
about.
issues, though. Where do we go to your website for people who want to know more about
Yeah, I looked all over. I could not find your website.
Because I don't exist yet, because I have refused to take the major PAC money. So mine's been slower to run to roll out, and I'm still struggling with the idea of hiring actual staff with my campaign. I want it to be volunteer based, so I don't have to sit there and actually fundraising is so stupid for politics. And
it's
so
an evil necessity, friend.
And so as these things roll out, as you know, because I am taking money from like unions and stuff, but I'm not going to just say, hey, give me money. I'm actually writing individual letters with stuff. So it's taking time. So I have a Facebook account because I can just do that. Okay. It's Nathaniel Woodward for Congress on Facebook. Huge following, like 200 people. I'm huge. I'm basically. But that's the thing is I intend to, I'll get this online presence and get a website here pretty shortly. But I really hope to be able to meet. I'm going to get to every single town in these 13 counties that's covered. I'm going to visit. Salt Lake Tribune really focused on the thing when I said, if I've got to bring my lawnmower and mow some lawns, that's what I'm going to do if that's going to connect with people. Because I'm not just going to knock on your door and talk to you. When I was a missionary, it did not work. The only thing that worked is when I got to a new town, I bought a rake at the Goodwill, and I started raking lawns and saying, there's no string attached. If you want to talk to me, I've got a message. But I'm happy just to have served you. And if I leave your town, having done that, I've made a difference. That was the purpose of my mission, was to serve.
Well, you should get in touch with your Democrat chairs in each of these areas and have them set up an event for you.
So I've done that. My first was at St. George. My first meet and greet is going to be St. George on July 3rd. Location to be determined. But then I'll be marching in the parade, which is thankfully at 7:45 in the morning. Because when I heard St. George on July 1st, I said, I think I'm just going to drop out of the race. That's torture.
It's 105 right now there. So I'm wondering, do you have a place that people donate to you? If people like your message, we want to make sure that you're going to be setting this all up, correct?
Yep. So I actually have the paperwork right here to go down to the bank and set it up.
Okay. Just keep us posted.
Mm-hmm. But I haven't been huge on getting that fundraiser going because I've been more focused on getting my policies together, my messages together. Because I don't just want to take your money. So donate your money. I want to give you a reason why. Because I believe in that form of capitalism. I've got to give you something in return. Don't just believe in me because I am that 6 foot tall. I'm a lawyer and I've got blue eyes. Listen to what I have to say, and if you believe in that, if you think I can accurately, not just accurately represent your interests, but actually be someone to advocate for you, then let's do that. And that's where I think I got a little in trouble with the state party because they showed me these statistics and, you need to focus on this block of voters, these moderates, these undecideds, these disillusions. I said, no, I want to talk to everyone because I want some hardcore MAGA person to have a conversation with me and walk away going, wow, I might actually vote for him because he cares about my community. He cares about this. We can agree on these issues, and that matters to me. And that I talked to them, and I heard what mattered to them, so I can write it down in my book and say, okay, let's explore this topic because it matters to them, so it matters to me. I might disagree with you, but so that's what I'm going for. Is I'm not going to do this song and dance where I'm going for say I'm a moderate, so I can get the moderate vote. I'm not, but I'm not going to legislate based on my own philosophy and views. I'm going to represent the voice of my constituency and do the best of my abilities. And if I can't get my way, I'm not going to just walk away with my ball. I'm going to try to find real solutions here. And
that's great.
If it's slightly to the right, but it's a solution that helps people, okay, you have my vote. You're going to have my objection, but I'm going to help move things forward. And because if it helps people, then I've done my job.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate you being on today. That's no easy feat, and you have my utmost respect and appreciation for running for the seat. It's not easy to do a campaign. It's not easy in a red state to run under the Democratic banner, and I think you're an excellent representative of the party, and I've enjoyed this conversation. I know Jared has spoke very highly of you in the engagement that you guys had previously. So we appreciate you being here, and I appreciate our viewers being kind.
I can value and appreciate a really well worded insult. I mean, I had a grandma that she could cuss a tree and it'd fall over without an axe. I mean, so I can really
I had that
value
grandma
that too, if it's well pointed. But no, these conversations. I mean, Jared saw this on that TV program we filmed. We got to have them, even if they're uncomfortable. But you kind of find that we have a lot more in common than we're really willing to admit. And as long as you're willing to have a little fun with it and have a little fun at your own expense, I think conversations like this is going to be really healing going forward. And so it gives me hope. And so, our politics don't align. And boy, Jared, I do not care for football. But that being said, I still think it'd be fun, and I'd watch a Broncos game with you.
Ew. You're a Broncos fan?
No, I'm a Bears fan. I'm a loser.
Raider Nation over here.
Okay, anyways,
we need to get on to our next guest.
Hey, thanks for coming on. I'm glad to hear a Democrat mention federalism, because I think the 10th Amendment is the only chance we have to avoid the imminent collapse of a nation. Seriously, we need to put more rights back into the local areas and individuals, and that's outstanding.
Yes, thank you so much,
the
Nathaniel.
penumbra of the 9th Amendment is kind of my sweet spot.
Hey, the 9th Amendment's fantastic too. The 3rd Amendment we could probably write out right now, but you never know. Might need it tomorrow.
No.
Everyone, that's Nathaniel Woodward for Congress on Facebook. And as soon as he gets a website up, we'll advertise it for him, and hopefully we'll get him on a couple more times before the election. If anything, having these discussions, these hard ones, maybe we'll, if he does win, maybe we'll educate him so that he won't go back there and be a blood-sucking parasite.
That's 4 terms, 8 years in Congress. Any more than that is absurd. That's my promise.
All right.
That's fair. That's
Nathaniel,
great.
you have a good night. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
sir.
friend.
We'll see you.
All right, Matt, how are you?
So exciting.
I'm good. Glad I could catch the tail end of that conversation.
Yeah, it was a good one. He was a nice guy. He's a very nice guy. I met him on a little reality show thing that I did a pilot for.
Like a debate for disagreeing better.
Yeah, it was disagreeing better. It was interesting. I would like to go into it more, but I want to give him a chance to air it before I go into it. But it was really weird. I know I'm an absolute weirdo in the stage where I don't have sacred cows. I don't have any of that. But then again, I do, but my
Second Amendment is your sacred cow.
And the First Amendment,
Right.
those are my sacred cows in this world, because I believe I'm a pure liberal.
Right.
I'm a Lockean liberal
Free
like core.
And safety in your speaking them.
Yeah, and there was a Republican, there was 2 Democrats. You had a urban Republican, you had a rural Democrat, which Nathaniel was, and then you had an urban Democrat, which my friend Katie was, and then there's me. They
don't know where to put you.
I stood in
They
for
put you in the Republican rural.
a rural Republican, but I am an independent, and also I like human psychology, so I understand where other people come from and their drivers, and and that's not me being smart,
Tell
guys.
us where to find this. They film it, or is it going to be on something?
It's supposed to be on something. They're shopping around. As soon as it comes out, believe me, we'll do a watch party.
Fantastic.
And I'll make everyone mad at me. But but it's just interesting, and it was interesting to see where people converged on stuff and where they didn't. I think one of the bigger splits is urban and rural, and
Sure.
that's not given enough countenance, because the urban Democrat and an urban Republican had a lot more in agreement than.
Sure, and I bet the rural Democrat was arguing more with the urban Democrat.
Yeah, and we
because
talked
life is
about
so
hunting.
different. So
Yes.
I'm excited to have you on, Matt. Thank you. And I'm sorry about the last minute invitation, but after
I'm not. I'm
going
glad you're
through
here.
Title
Anytime.
IX, and we went to the meeting recently with the bus tour on Title IX. For people that don't know Title IX, would you explain what that is?
Oh my, I'm not going to nail this perfectly. And I know there's going to be people who say, Matt, you're an idiot, but I will give it my best shot. Here's what I know. is that Title IX was created in order to provide some sort of equity or equality to female athletes and female opportunities. And I'm just going to, I would say more opportunity, because obviously it wasn't built just for sports, but
Right.
there's a big focus on it. Whenever we see, I mean, a few years ago, they had the NCAA March Madness going on, and they talked about, they showed pictures of women's facilities versus men's, and they said, what is this, right? We want to be treated equal. You want to talk about rights. Let's take a better look at this. So yeah, short version, and the things that we're seeing affect our world right now is a lot of athletes. The sanctity or the integrity of female sports is in jeopardy, quite frankly. But then you also have the threat of open restrooms, open locker rooms. We didn't discuss, they didn't discuss this, and we haven't discussed this, but what does traveling look like for those teams? Do you throw them all in a hotel room? Is it the luck of the draw, right? Or unluck of the draw, right? Of where you end up with who. So there's a lot involved here that people, I mean, some people are aware of it and others are not, but there's a lot involved.
So with what the goal here, and with the bus tour that we attended at the Capitol, there was a lot of female coaches there, and it was Sign the Bus, and a lot of legislators were there, and people in favor of fixing that. Now, I wanted to, with the locker rooms, with school sports especially, we're seeing these sporting opportunities for these young ladies. This Title IX was developed so that these ladies could get scholarships, go on to colleges, perform at the college level, have their college education paid for like men, and not have to compete against men in any capacity. They had their very own. And what's happening on the national level is they are trying to change the policy wording to give the word identify, correct?
Yeah.
So you just have to identify as a female. We're seeing this with pageants where women are getting beat by men in pageants. And people think pageants
Vanity
are
Fair covers,
misogynist and all of this, but having had to run pageants and experience it, because I used to be one of those people that thought, well, this is so misogynistic. And no, what I got to see is women who are successful and amazing singers, artists,
know how to solve world peace,
races,
all the stuff we know about.
Barrel races, and these women who don't maybe go to Juilliard with their voice and playing violin or whatever, had an opportunity to gain scholarships through the pageant programs. And now to see men in those pageants, it's beyond irritating. And the Olympics just decided not to let the swimmer go on and compete with women in swimming. So what I know of right now, having talked to our legislature, and you also with Tim Jimenez and Bridger Bollinger, they are going into special session over this issue to try to claim sovereignty and Utah's rights in order to, because our Utah laws, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Utah law actually supersedes federal law. Is that correct?
And I think it's oh man, now you're putting me on the spot here.
I'm sorry.
I think it's the other way around. Like, for example, with IDEA and special ed, we couldn't develop a state law that went against federal law. If state law could trump federal law, then we wouldn't have to make these lawsuits, right? The legislature wouldn't have to gather, because they would just say, no, you're sticking to our laws.
Well, and according to Tim, in the meeting we had last night with the Central Committee, he mentioned that they are more focused on the sovereignty end of this and making it that Utah is keeping the policy as is. So I believe the policy's already written, the law's already written. It's the federal government trying to change it.
Well, and
that's why Utah can put their foot down.
Yeah, and you mentioned we're trying to fix Title IX. We actually, for me, Title IX was fixed.
Yeah.
Until our current president came in and decided to change definitions, and take it upon himself as a president of the country and say that, if you identify, then that ultimately is your gender. Now, your gender assigned at birth, and it's threatening all the things that you had just mentioned, right? It unlevels the playing field, which was what Title IX did. And I mentioned this in a debate that I had at Utah County. I'm a big Parks and Rec fan. Ron Swanson's a great character on there. I don't know if, whoever's watching, you'd be like, what are you talking about? But anyway, he won Woman of the Year. It's and everybody was like, what the heck, right? We all laughed about it. I remember laughing about it. Never in a million years thinking it would come to pass, right?
Well, Caitlyn Jenner, Vanity Fair, Woman of the Year. She got on the cover.
Yeah. What a slap in the face.
And she was a woman for all of 6 months. Not only was she Woman of the Year, but she did it in such amazing time. The poise, the posture, the prowess of that woman that carried her to.
And you know what? She's probably one of the first people. She has come out and said women should not be involved in men's sports or vice versa. And she was their poster child. Now they've got so many that they're able to put them on the cover. Well, they weren't on the cover. It was actually Martha Stewart on the swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated.
Martha Stewart was on the cover?
Yeah, I believe
so.
so.
It's sold out.
But they also had trans women on their
fantastic
swimsuit edition.
Dude, I really love my bikini to be fully filled out down there in the lower area.
So, Matt, when this legislature and they create this law or they stand on sovereignty, where does the board feel currently about this issue? Because you've talked about this issue and protecting our girls, and that has been a no argument. We're protecting our girls. Can you go into where the board is right now on this issue?
Yeah, and I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna speak in two different areas here. One for myself, and then I'm gonna read what the board had just passed this past week, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'm not in board leadership. I am chair of the Law and Licensing Committee. I did see this come through committee. For myself, as an educator, as a superintendent of schools, it terrifies me. What happened at the federal level terrifies me, and I'm trying to figure out how I can keep my kids safe in an environment where there's lawless, I guess. I hate to use that term, but it's no, I have locker rooms. I have middle schoolers who go in and prepare for PE by changing their clothing, and I'm not willing to open up those locker rooms. And I mentioned this before, I'm not willing to violate the rights of, 30, 40, 50, 150 people in order to protect the rights of one. It doesn't work like that. And we shouldn't have to put our individual rights aside because somebody else wants me to. Right. So, that's just me. So I'm terrified. I was, when I first heard of this and saw it coming down, I reached out to board leadership immediately and said, what can we do? We've got to be able to do something. I recognize that the USBE does not make law, that we only enforce law that is handed to us, but we've got to speak up somehow. This is going to affect all of us. And so we had, like I said, we have a great law and licensing committee. This came through committee, and then it was tweaked a little bit at the board, and this is what came out. And this is, we would love to do more. Like I said, we would love to just say absolutely not, but we need legislatures. They're the ones who can push back on the federal government. So we did three things. First off, we allocated $50,000 to contract with an attorney to assist our USBE assistant attorney generals, right? Because we know that they're already filled with responsibility. So we want to get somebody that can help with this and see if and how state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations, with a mid-July deadline, knowing that this rolls out on August 1st. So that's the first thing we did, was what exactly will we be out of line with? Is it truly, do we have to open up our locker rooms? Truly, do we have to put students in hotel rooms on a travel policy? Do we truly have to open up our restrooms? What exactly is it? And we, like I said, we want answers by mid-July. So that's the first thing we did. Before I move on, any thoughts on that one?
No, and that makes sense because you had to understand how that actual new change is going to affect your ability to create standards.
Right.
And you're seeking to understand, which that's common sense, but we're learning through all of this since we started this show together. Common sense right now is just like,
it's not very common.
Baffling when you hear it, and it's comforting when you hear it.
Yeah.
Because I have a daughter in your school.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that she's safe, just like I want my son to be safe in his locker room.
Right.
And these things are these are things our kids are struggling with on their own. So I understand there is a need to be sensitive and kind to these young kids that are struggling with identity, but not at the expense of the group. And so understanding what that challenge looks like, I appreciate that you are looking into that.
Well, and Holly, I want to bring up something that you mentioned quickly. You mentioned your son as well. I think a lot of times our young men are being forgotten on this.
What? No. Our young men are being forgotten only on this?
This affects all of us, right? So let me tell you, my son, he plays basketball. They went and played a girls team, which was fine, right? It was a true girls team. And he probably played at like 80%. And I kept telling him, Bud, hey, just, he was younger grades, just play basketball. Just go out there and play. And he was reserved. He was just uncomfortable. Now we can teach through those things, but we talk about putting a transgender girl on a girls team or a transgender boy on a boys team. It's going to change the dynamic. And it just does. And so to ignore it is not common sense, to say the very least. Now, yes, you talk about this makes sense, and to find out what it is that we are pushing up against. We don't want to fight a battle. We don't want to spend money on a battle that isn't even there. So yeah, to look at what conflicts with the Utah law compared to federal law, I think that's important. I think you're right on with that, Holly, is that we have to make sure that we put our resources in the right place. If there's not an issue, let's not make it an issue. So let me go to the next one here. So it was a 3-part motion. I read the first one. That's helping the AAGs, the assistant attorney generals, see what's going on between Utah law and federal law. The second one was that we requested that the legislature consider the application of SB 57, that's Utah Constitutional Sovereignty Act that you had mentioned, passed during the 2024 legislative session, to the Title IX regulations, including potential indemnification if needed. So how, is there a possibility, kind of like you mentioned, can we separate ourselves? Do we have to follow this? What does this truly look like? So that's what we're reaching out. And the USBE does not like to push legislature in very many instances. There's political capital that you guys know that you have, that everybody has. You don't just throw that out at anything. And so we reserve going to the legislature and say, hey, will you look into this? We reserve that for very special things and things that make a big difference. And we felt that this was one of those instances where we said the USBE is powerless. We know the legislature can, if nothing else, sue the government, sue the federal government. So we're going to cash in and say, hey, we need your help on this one. Excellent. So that's the second part.
And sovereignty is just Utah taking our borders and controlling our own borders at this point, and the policy that comes through the federal government.
What do you think? It seems like the Biden administration is throwing away every bit of political capital that he has on these crazy notions, on the open borders, on making sure that every Catholic girls' school has, all the testosterone it would need to carry a national championship. Do you think it's that he's just so far gone that all his progressive staffers are just running wild?
Well, yes. I mean,
Okay.
quite frankly, the short answer, yes. At the same time, I don't know if, obviously they have a pretty good pulse on America, because for me, this would be a election killer.
Yeah.
Even as a Democrat, I don't see, especially as a Republican, even as a Democrat, I don't see how you could really believe that the majority of our nation wants to open this door.
And they're doing it for less than 0.00 something of the population. Remember, this is what lost Virginia the Democrat governorship.
Right.
This very instance.
So I don't know who's telling him. I don't know who the advisor is, because he's had almost 4 years to do this. Thank goodness it hasn't been done. The question would be, why now? What are you hoping happens now? It shouldn't be at all. The question
he has
is
the power now, and he's afraid of losing it in November. And then all this whoever the puppeteer is through all of this, because I don't think it's Biden.
Let me lay it out.
But they're trying to set the stage for the next 4 years.
I got it. I'm writing the screenplay for this. So once a month, he runs out of his Alzheimer's medication. And all of his purple-haired progressive staffers stand around and they rock, paper, scissors for who gets to be crazy person that, window that he's out. And so sometimes they're not as kooky as normal, but this time and the open borders, those are when we got the really kooky ones.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know who won the paper, rock, scissors this time, but it's messy. That's
it's
for
messing
sure.
with our girls' well-being, with their mental health, with their safety. And I'm sorry, this cost is too great. If we do not stand up, the cost is too great. Just with what happened in Virginia.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely
women, right. And all in the name of social justice and being woke to the issues and protecting this one person who identified as another. And for what? We endangered our girls, and this is ridiculous to me. But please, what was the third one?
Well, I'll go on a third one, and you're absolutely right. And I recognize, there's some jokes kind of back and forth here, but we all know this is as serious as it can be. Like there are a lot of threats in the world, but this one, man, this one really gets me nervous. So let me tell you the third one. This one we took another $50,000. We have a discretionary fund. And what we did is we did this to retain an independent auditor. Our auditing team is like 3 years out, so obviously we can't use them or get them done quick enough. But we want to pay for an auditor to conduct an audit and provide findings to the board to determine all federal funds received by USBE for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024 as far as we can, and to evaluate the USBE's direct and indirect costs as an agency by itemizing the total USBE compliance costs associated with each federal law, order, and regulation using that data for those years. Now, I understand that that's a mouthful, but essentially what we're saying is we want to know what we're getting from the federal government and what we're giving up.
That's
right?
heavy. That's the biggest thing, because what if Utah was the first state to say,
no more.
Being with the federal government has not provided a value for our state. We're going our own way. How many states would follow? You would have counties in certain states that would run, but how many whole states? I mean, Texas would want to do it because they're just copycats and they want concealed carry for everyone too. But I mean, seriously. Yeah. I'm thinking New Hampshire would follow, and they would follow for the exact opposite reasons.
Well, and that's one of the comments that I really appreciated from Trump, was that he says he would love to get rid of the federal education, and I think, yeah, let us do our thing. We know our community. This is an area where you don't need to be, right? We pay our taxes, give us our money back. Don't put the strings on it. So we want to see exactly what kind of strings we're getting. and then start on that path to disconnect from the federal government.
Or we might find that it's absolutely imperative that we stay a part of
Yeah,
it.
we can't afford it, or
And then we've got to legislate our way around it or something
Right.
else. No, that's
Brilliant.
100%. That I'm glad that's being done. I think other states should see what you guys are doing and copy it. They
Yeah,
really should.
in all honesty, you know, I'd love to take credit. That was a Joe Kerry motion. You know, it passed through the board. When I first saw it, I had the same reaction you guys. Like, that's fantastic. We need to do that, and to get it done quickly, right? To hire an outside auditor that can get it done quickly. We need to look at this. We've had these conversations about removing from the federal government, especially in education. In every debate that's gone on for these state school boards, on the Republican side anyway, they've asked, what are your thoughts on cutting out the federal government? Well, right now we're at 11%-ish, 11% receiving funds from the federal government. And like you said earlier, Jared, we would love to cut ties, but that's quite a tax hike for the people, right? So we have to, this audit will really let us dive deep and say, where is it that we can cut ties? Where is it that we can minimize spending or receiving of monies from the federal government, and say, no, we're not doing this, and keep your loopholes or your strings that are attached. We don't want any part of it.
Yeah. You'll know the actual value, what it brings. And it may be that, it may hurt, or it may be that, you'll see absolutely no loss. 10% on paper is one thing, but how much of that 10% gets eaten up by administrative costs for compliance?
Yep.
Or maybe we could look at our local school districts and say, okay, how can we streamline them to make up for the loss there?
Yeah.
Honestly, this audit and the clarity of what the pros, cons are being weighed, I love it. I love having full knowledge of what you're getting into before you get in there. Making sure the legislature gets that information so that when they're making a call, and an independent auditor, now you don't have somebody that's school board tied that is looking out for the survival of the school board. It's looking out for the data that is neutral data. It's just facts. Here you go. Here are your numbers. And I'm sorry, but we may have to pay a little more into education out of our pockets if we're going to take a stand against this whole thing. I mean, protecting our girls is worth it. And getting our sovereignty, and so that we have control of what's going on in our education system, and that may cost us money, but what it gives us in return is priceless. Having our girls raise our boys to where, they're getting, the focus is on them and not on the issues of the day. Because I'm sorry, your education has got to be back to the basics. And you've mentioned this a lot, teach the kids math, teach them how to read, the skills that are going to get them to be functioning adults. These social issues are destroying our communities, our culture. Right.
And politicizing education, if that's your focus, you're missing the mark. You know what I mean? If you're going to come in and try to put those academic principles that you just mentioned, reading, writing, math, you put those aside, that's completely missing the mark of education. And I will say, and you guys probably know this as well, people don't receive Title IX funding, right? Because Title IX, you're just creating that balance, right? And so there's no funding attached there. So when Joe brought this forth, it was like, this is genius. This is so much broader than Title IX, right? Title IX is huge, and it's a main part of it. They still have to look at all federal regulations, rules, right, laws, and how that affects our schools. And then we can make that call, like you said, is this something that is worth the 10%? And that's for the legislature and the people, right? The USBE has no authority to raise taxes on people. I do know that there's many board members, myself included, who are anxious to cut ties with the federal government because of some of their strings that they put on their money. And I've mentioned this before. I pay taxes to the federal government. I'd love to see them come back. Just don't put any strings on them, right? We'd love to have our money back, but
I'd love to not pay taxes to the
well, that'd be the best case scenario.
Yeah,
Gary,
I think
you should run for
taxes should
Congress.
only go one level up. I don't. But no, I think that's, and it just boggles my mind. It seems like it just seems like an insane proposal. It's got to be either they're fighting just to get virtue points, or maybe just right outside of DC, you know, maybe those wealthy private schools out of DC that Joe Biden deals with people that have kids go there. Maybe they're just a sea of all gender questioning little kids that, you know, because none of this makes sense. Anywhere, I can't think of one school in the state of Utah where this is a policy that actually makes sense or carries any kind of burden of facility.
I don't see it either. But here you are, you know, you're asking a rational mind to explain irrational behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why the common sense thing is just baffling people, and they're hungry for it because it has been so irrational these past, 5 years, 6 years. This was laughable 5 years ago.
I
It
would
was
say
a joke.
75 was when our education system started
I'm
losing
talking about
rationality.
this culture shift, this where we're actually saying, yes, of course. No, you're not Delulu. You actually should lose more weight because anorexia is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We're placating to something that needs therapy for that individual and that child to get strength in their own skin. And instead of saying, let's get you help, we're saying, oh, no, everybody, you know, he or she envisions themselves as an overweight individual, which is still healthy because we don't fat shame here at the school. Everybody keep your mouth and your words have to all be kind. And we're all going to tell this person, yes, you should lose more weight. You're 60 pounds now and barely able to survive. But yes, what is happening?
We're in a really weird harm fairness equilibrium right now. We're in a really weird one.
No, yeah.
I don't know why.
You're exactly right. And what's happened is we've seen the disappearance of absolute truth. You remember a while ago, people there's this term, I'm going to speak my truth.
My truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your opinion, right? There is absolute truth. Your truth doesn't make it true, right? And so, and I'm fine for people to speak their minds and say, yeah, this is my truth. Okay, but you know, my 600-pound life, that's not healthy. I don't care how self-confident you are. Doctors, the absolute truth is it's damaging your heart, right? Your lungs probably struggle to keep up. You can't stand on your own legs, right? You know what I mean? It's like, no, there's absolute truth. And the world has turned its back on that. And we're seeing that with men and women at the same time. When you start having men, you know, and we talk about, you know, there was all these different movements to protect women. And what's so wild is that within those movements, we're having men take over women's awards, professions, sports. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you people talking about?
We are in a Monty Python skit.
It's true.
It's crazy.
When a man wins Woman of the Year,
you
have just slapped every woman in the face.
Miss
when a man
Universe
wins a Miss
or
pageant,
Miss whoever.
I'm better at being a woman than you are, and I'm this and I'm that, and oh, you're so brave,
Stunning and brave.
You're Delulu. There's a problem.
And that's the other thing is we lift him up, right? You have a man who couldn't compete in weightlifting class amongst other men.
Swimming.
So he identified as a woman and started winning medals as a weightlifter, as a bodybuilder, and then swimming, right?
Yep.
And creating records.
It
that a
actually
female
started in
could
track and
probably-
field in
a
Massachusetts.
female could probably never beat. This man who couldn't win against other men then identifies as a woman in whatever sport, but then they create a record. They break all the records. Well, of course they did. And then the woman in second place, the actual winner, has given an amazing turnout for the event, and is considered second place to someone. They could never reach that record physically.
What do we do when you go to a college ladies softball game and there's maybe like what, center field is a biological female? It's just another men's league.
It does.
just it's co-ed at that point.
Have you seen, I want to bring up a story just for the comedy value of it, if you don't mind, and we'll chat about it. It's about, so Spain, you think of Spain of being like machismo, right? You know, they're
Macho, yeah.
yeah, so in Spain, females get paid more money in the military, and they get better housing. The men go to the barracks, the females get separate rooms.
I hear where this is going.
Spanish soldiers are changing their gender from male to female to earn certain benefits only available to females, including higher pay, better sleeping quarters, and they also get to grow a beard because there's no beard regulations on
women.
Female soldiers.
This is insane.
So it's crazy. It's been going on since 2023, a whole rash of them. And so, they call themselves lesbians but they get a private room because even the Spanish army recognizes you don't want to put the males identifying in with females. So, but it's crazy. This is going on everywhere right now, and it's just insane.
Yeah. What's wild to me is we know that people are going to do what they can to get what they want. But why is it being accepted? Why is the Spanish government just be like, oh man, we didn't think of that, right? We got to accept it. I mean, why can't somebody just say, no, we're not doing that? Right? Again, it goes back to that common sense. No, we're not doing that. And I know that I can't go against Constitution, right? We got to make sure that that's followed here in the States. I don't know what the Spanish laws are, but there's got to come a point, especially in that scenario there, where it's like, we got to make some changes and quick.
Yeah. Well, and it's actually costing their government more.
Well,
like physically, because they've got to give them their own housing.
Yeah. So that goes on the backs of taxpayers, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We saw similar things. We see similar things in our prison system.
In our military as well. We're paying for their sex changes.
Yeah.
I haven't. Man.
Yep. It's the funding for taxpayer dollars pay for our military and their sex change surgery, as well as their hormonal treatments and all of that. And why would you, a male, get arrested and not say, I identify as a woman, and go to a woman's prison?
Oh,
are you kidding me? And that's happening in California.
Yep, that's been happening.
In a heartbeat. They had, I want to say it was in New Jersey. In one prison, they had, 4 pregnancies come out of it?
And rapes. Women are being raped.
We've lost our mind. We've nationally lost our mind over this tiny little subsection of the populace.
And horrible. Even in prison, horrible that you could get raped by a female could be raped by a male.
Yeah, that sounds like extra punishment.
I mean, we know what prisons are not great for that anyway, but now you're just, oh goodness, you're feeding it.
And some of these inmates are sexual predators.
Oh, that one in Scotland. that ended
We
up
had
getting
one
their
here in
prime minister
America.
out.
And the one in America where we had during the judge trials, and Ted Cruz
Oh, yeah.
called her out when they were trying to get the judge, a new judge and appointee. And he actually said, you made a ruling allowing a multiple sex offender to go to a woman's prison. How is that logical in this world? And why would anyone want you to be a judge? I only go with what the policy states. No, somebody's got to stand up and say, this is crazy. Somebody.
Right. Somebody's got to. Let me ask this, and I know you're interviewing me, so tell me.
No, this is a conversation today.
If when Trump gets back in office here, and other states start saying, "Hey, I've got my sovereignty," just like we're saying, Utah is saying it's got its sovereignty. Does Trump can Trump fix this stuff? How much power does he have to be that person to stand up and say no more?
Realistically, we want him to have no power over it.
But he
Because
does that by eliminating the departments.
we want the executive branch to execute what the lawmaking branch calls for.
Right.
What I would like to see is I would like to see Utah in the next 6 months get the audit back. I know that's optimistic thinking. It's an audit. They don't happen in any kind of pace that you would recognize. But this would be ideal is if they got it back and you guys said, oh, look, this doesn't have a cost benefit for us, so we're going to do away with it. And then I would love to see the left, who are the people who want this, the national board, the national education, what do you call it? Satan's Castle. Is that right? Satan's Castle, House of Lucifer, whatever you call it. I would like to see them go, oh no, we can't do this. Trump's in charge. And they pull away also, and it disintegrates from both sides. And everyone starts leaning into the 10th Amendment,
Or Trump
trying
just
their own
decides
to
to end it, to say we're closing this department, make
But
it work.
he
Department of
can't.
Education goes
He
back
said
to the
that,
states.
and he even put what was her name? Was it Begay?
I don't know. Go on.
Anyways, he put her in charge, which is what she spoke out for. And it takes a heck of a lot of political capital to shut down an organization, especially an organization that deals with kids, because you'll see it on both sides. Everyone will come out and have their own anecdotal sob story of why it's so important. The best thing would be is if it was defunded by every state for their own selfish reasons.
Sovereignty.
Right.
And I think that's the only way it would actually work. The only way, because
right
we
now
can't,
we're 50-50.
we only get Trump for 4 years regardless.
Right. And any of his executive orders can go with him.
And then
that was the hard part,
the
is
biggest
that
problem.
he goes
I
away,
would
we get
to-
Newsom, and Newsom will put in the exact opposite. But if the states just walk away from it and it just dies on the vine, I think that's the only way it could realistically work.
Do you think, Matt, that our governor's in support? Because he wasn't at the event. Take Back Title IX was the event. Is that right? That we were at? Is that what it was called?
Yeah, it was. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but
I didn't see him there, and I know he said that, the legislature's having this special session. He'll support the legislature. Yeah, it's called Take Back Title IX.
Okay.
This sovereignty idea, for legislators, they're going into this session. I know Tim Jimenez and Bridger Bullender, they were both at a meeting last night with me where they were just fresh from leaving those meetings and talking about them. And I know as far as our county's concerned, our representatives are on board. Scott Sandel, our senator, he sponsored the constitutional sovereignty bill.
so he's on board, of course.
Right. And that constitutional sovereignty bill that he passed, that he sponsored and got going last session, could be the thing that saves us. Because we've gone through all these other options. Sovereignty, claiming that, is kind of one of these, hey, we're going to take the reins here, and as a state, we're going to claim our own sovereignty on this issue. And, Scott Sandel, all credit goes to that, because that bill, we have no idea how huge that bill is going to be in the future regarding issues like education,
Right.
federal lands. It's all meant to start the ball rolling for a Trump presidency in 2024. And, our Congress has been trying to do the same thing. Celeste mentioned a lot of the stuff they voted on in the bills people didn't like were to set up a Trump presidency so that he doesn't have to start from scratch again. And he doesn't need executive orders, hopefully, because this time around, I'm looking at our senators and I'm looking at our Congress, and I'm going to see which one of you is supporting these policies. Because last time he had to do executive orders because he wasn't getting the backup, not necessarily from Utah. And, well, Romney voted against it, but, Chris Stewart and Mike Lee and all these guys were on board with the policy, and they became believers when it came to seeing Trump's policy. Someone like Mike Lee ended up running, helping his campaign in 2020 because he was adhering so much to constitutional values, the platform, and they were all pleasantly surprised by Trump's promises being kept and his drive to accomplish them. But he couldn't do it with the Senate and the House that we had. So I'm hoping the school board, for example, you're creating a pathway so that when we get someone in there that is ready to say, enough with the Board of Education, it's not helping our states. States don't need it. It's more hurtful. Not every state is the same. Every little audit, every little thing we do is going to be information that can be used in a presidency creating good policy. Whoever that president is, and whatever they believe, they will have that black and white information in front of them when they're making, and Utah will be educated on what's going on in Utah. This is a great idea.
Yeah,
It really is.
We're looking forward to the results, and I know you're trying to be impartial somewhat, saying whoever our next president is, we know it's going to be one of those two men,
Right.
and we can't do 4 more years of President Biden.
You don't think that Chase guy from the Libertarian Party can? Never mind.
Who?
That's a bad
Yeah,
joke.
exactly.
the new, I think there's been 3 states Libertarian parties have denounced him already, so he's doing well. Not to mention, the Libertarian Party, they handed the biggest win to Trump by electing a far left libertarian into there. Because if he peels votes off, it's only going to be from the Democrats.
Yeah.
So Matt, tell us about that, where we're at as far as like how you collaborate. I know you say the school board doesn't use their political options just to bother legislature, but I know legislators are looking to you at the board for guidance as well, and it is a collaboration of sorts.
Right.
Where do you see the school board right now as far as?
Well, let me give you some context that I'm sure you're aware of, but for anybody out there who wants to hear it, every year during the legislative session, usually January through mid-March, the Board of Education will meet at the Capitol, and we'll go over potential bills that are on the table, and we'll either give our support or we'll bring up educational bills and we'll say, yeah, we want to support this, or we might say we do not support this, in hopes that the legislature will hear that, yeah, you're on the right track, or no, you are not on the right track. Now, that's of course, that's a full board meeting. It's with all 15 members, and they take votes. We do have work going on behind the public scene, right? Legislatures will talk with board members. Legislatures will talk with members of the USBE staff, and they'll say, how does this look if we were to implement it, right? Here's some feedback I'm getting. If I ran a bill that did this or that, what would that look like? One of the things that I really have a hard time doing personally is telling the legislature, who has put in a lot of work and a lot of time, by the time it gets to a board meeting, I have a hard time saying you're wrong. So For me, that all that does is it creates friction. Now,
Right.
sometimes they might hear and they might be like, you know what, let's look at the drawing board. Let's go back and do this. But most of those conversations are going to be with the people they're working with, which is not the full board. It's just individuals. So when I talk about political capital, when I feel like a lot of times when we say we don't support this bill, all we're doing is saying you're wrong. We know it's probably going to happen regardless, but we don't like it. And so it creates a wedge. Now, if there's a better way, I'd love to see it. I don't know what that is, right? But communication is key. And so again, going to this political capital, there's a few times, in my opinion, when the board can push for something and have not the respect, but a strong enough push where it's a no-brainer, if you will. Like we're all on the same page. And we felt like this Title IX was one of those pushes to say, hey, we need to be on the same page. We know that we have good Utah legislators who have the same values. The vote, not every board member agrees and thinks the same. But we did get this one through. The majority of the board, the reason I'm not saying unanimous is because I can't remember. But at least the majority of the board said, you know what, this is worth it. Let's ask the legislators if they'll get together and push back in protection of our kids. I don't know very many people who are just like, yeah, let's do this. Let's open these Title IX floodgates. So
I've known from legislators personally saying, yes, after they've made a decision, the board deciding to take a stand against said decision is avoidable because they actually hear from many of you and the process is starting. So if it does get to a place where the board is absolutely against something, it is a lack of communication, because I know the porn stuff in schools. A lot of you have been working with legislators, to try to get that stopped in this last session, and they were listening. You had their attention, they had your attention. And those type of things don't happen. They make the decision, you guys yay or nay it. Right. It is a collaboration and a lot of conversations that probably take place as the bill is even being thought up or sponsored or written. And I don't think people realize that collaboration is huge.
Yeah.
Your ability to call a legislator on a bill they're sponsoring and give your 2 cents, both as administrator of a school and a principal and a teacher, you're giving that, but as a board member as well, and saying, this isn't going to work. This is what you're forgetting, or this is what you're missing. And then they're able to change it while the bill is being written. Right. That is huge.
Yeah. To be able to have that communication, to make the tweaks necessary. I don't know of any bills, maybe there's got to be a handful that have one draft and they go through.
Right.
Right. I mean, you're usually looking at a handful or maybe even a dozen in some instances of changes that are being made as those legislatures reach out to various constituents and stakeholders and say, does this work? Does this work? And it's not to say get rid of the whole idea, but make it work for everybody, or at least the majority, right? And a good example of this is, in my opinion, the Utah Fits All scholarship program. You're familiar with the Utah Fits All? It's been called the voucher bill, where we give people can
the money
apply for $8,000.
Oh,
yeah. So when this first came before the State Board of Education, I asked the question, where's this money coming from? Does it come from the public education? They said no. Okay, so this is the taxpayers' money, and legislators want to give it back to taxpayers who either are paying for private school on their own or are doing homeschool out of the public realm, right? Well, naturally, there's this conflict with those on the board because they're representing public education. And so to give money that wouldn't help public education was a difficult challenge for some. Now, I voted to support it because, again, it wasn't my money. It was the legislatures. They can do what they want with their money. And we have homeschoolers who pay taxes. Maybe they should get some of their money back too, right?
That's a pretty novel idea. I think you should probably just keep that to yourself. We don't need any.
It's true. And homeschooler families, they need that money just as much as any of us.
Yeah, they need help.
They're providing that child's education. And if I'm paying to put my kid in a private school that's charging X amount of dollars a month, and I'm paying property taxes to fund your child to go to a public school, it makes sense that I would get some sort of reimbursement for educating my child.
Right. And of course, there's always cons, right? The con being, well, if parents are on the verge and say, well, I'm going to pull my kid out of public ed and then take the $8,000 and homeschool them, well, that's going to add up too over time, right?
But it'll also tell a story.
And that's exactly right. People vote with their feet, especially at school, right? And that's why charters have been so successful. And so it's just to your exact point, Holly, is that now public schools have to do better. You want to retain a kid, do better, right? Charters, same thing. You want to keep your enrollment up, you've got to meet the needs of the community. So again, that's one where the USBE voted in opposition. It wasn't unanimous. There was a small handful who said, yes, we support this. The majority of them said we do not support it, but the legislature is going to do what the legislature does. They're going to take the feedback and then they're going to make the decision. And then we as USBE, we don't have a choice. We don't get to say, oh, I didn't vote for that. Once it's law, and we support it, right? And so then we start making programs and rules that support that law. So that's kind of how that process works for us. Again, we can give input, but we don't get to go against law. We can say we don't agree with it, but again, that's for the legislative body to decide whether to tweak it, change it completely, not change it at all, and then vote on it.
Well,
on the new Title IX, is there any members of the USB that are in support of it? And you don't need to name them, but I would like to know, what arguments have you heard pro?
You know, we haven't had the discussion in a full board meeting, and I haven't reached out to, there's a couple of Democrats on the board. And quite frankly, I have not reached out to them to get their thoughts on it. It'd probably be a good idea because I don't get it. Me personally, I don't get it. I'd love to hear some feedback as to why it would be a good thing. I can't remember again if the vote was unanimous. Let me just, I might be able to just check to see if the vote was unanimous.
Again, this is one of those common sense things that you would
to us
stand
it
out
is.
like a
To us
shining
it is,
star
yeah.
if you voted
To us it is,
against
but
it.
someone else may have perspective or information that may enlighten us, and that's what I want to know.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. And you saw the motions. The motions are actually very they're very neutral, right? It's gathering information because again, we're not a legislative body, so we can't really require anything. So I don't know how you could vote against saying, yeah, what laws are we breaking? Whether you're Democrat, Republican, or other, I don't know how you could vote against that, gathering that information. Same thing with sending something to the legislature and saying, hey, let us have our sovereignty. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or other. Why wouldn't you want state sovereignty, right? So again, that discussion, I don't remember having that discussion. But again, common sense to me is not common sense to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because common sense to me would be, why would you vote against gathering information?
Why would, this Title IX is shocking because I can't believe anyone would want to take on that level of exposure when it comes to kids.
And to be a champion of it by being like adamant that no, my boy who identifies as a girl should be welcomed into a girls' locker room. Or my daughter, if she identified as a boy, should be welcomed into a boys' locker room. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And it's not usually the other way around. Most girls, biological or not, don't want to be in a men's locker room.
They've got to have a different. They've got to be seeing something different, or have a different
It's virtue signaling. You
visual,
nailed it
or they're just
right in the
virtue
beginning.
signaling. Because I can't see why you would open yourself up to this level of Davos. That was her name, Betsy DeVos. It came to me. The old head of the Department of Education.
So you don't understand why they would even want to weigh the risks.
The exposure that could come with this. I mean, let's say Biden pushes this through, and then you have, I don't know, 5 assaults in locker rooms that year. That's
States
exposure.
would be sued, and I'm sure that we could be sued for not letting them in, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Lawsuits. But to your point, you say, let's say there's only 5. Who are you going to choose to be those 5? You know what I mean? It's like, one is unacceptable.
That's just,
Exactly.
one is unacceptable. But what I'm saying is, if he pushes this law through, and let's face it, California, Vermont,
New
Delaware,
York.
they're all going to comply. Let's say nationally, there's 5 assaults in schools that complied with this completely. The schools are going to take a hit. The local school districts are going to take a hit.
The states.
The state school boards are going to pretend they don't exist. And then what are they going to do up there in the White House and the Department of Education? Are they going to say, oh, no, the schools did it wrong? This policy was actually written by big bathroom stalls. They're bathroom stall lobbyists that go from floor to ceiling, and we didn't, follow through on that. Is that what they're going to do?
Well, I think so. I don't know what else you can do. The federal government is not going to come in and save somebody who's up against a lawsuit. You know what I mean?
No.
They're not going to save a state. They're going to say, do it and deal with it. Right. That's,
And then you
that's kind of the MO.
sacrifice the governor, for example, is going to lose their seat, but you don't have the federal government coming in behind him going, oh no, Virginia, you guys had it right. You should let boys into girls' spaces, and if they commit assault, that's just one. It only happened one time. And the first time it happened, they covered it up and they moved the predator, and then it happened again.
In the next school. Same kid went to the next school.
That's
Now, granted, this wasn't a young man who was pretending to be a girl.
You wouldn't.
It was a young man who liked to dress androgynously. Don't anybody look up any of the studies of Greece of when that happens. But a young man who was androgynous, it was a girl that he was friends with, that he dated in the initial school. He assaulted her in the bathroom. And what the school board got in trouble for was they covered it up.
Yeah.
They didn't report it to even her father.
That was the local school board,
Moved
right?
him to another school. He did it again. And at that point, I believe it was the second parent said, screw the school board, because she came home. The first girl he had been dating, so she didn't tell her father right away. It was the second one. She came home. They called the police. Police got involved, and that gave the first girl the initiative, or the bravery to say, yeah, this happened to me as well. And but yeah, I mean, that, and also the governor doctor's comments on how he would treat a birthed baby in deciding if they would kill it, that killed him the election.
I mean, this is the thing. At what risk? You may risk your political career by taking a stance on this, but you're risking a child. And I'm of the belief that if you're a child predator you should get life in prison.
You're risking a child. You're risking more trust in your community. You're risking your culture. There's risk, and there is no reward. Not on one level do I see a reward. And that's why I'm asking,
Yeah,
Oh,
letting boys change with
I
girls
need to
isn't going
find
to make
someone
them
who can.
identify better or
Yeah.
get more settled in their head. They're not getting any help.
Are they going to? Can someone express to me what the reward of this is?
Yeah. Well, when you find it, Jared, you let us know.
Hey,
Yeah, right?
seriously, any listener out there, if you can come and explain it to me, send me an email, come on the show, whatever.
Yeah, how does placating to this dysphoria help them for the
Right,
rest of their life?
especially when you're talking K through 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In these grade levels. And I just heard, and Holly, you heard this at the Title IX event as well, that woman talking about her 2-year-old. It wasn't the woman. She was sharing a story of another woman talking about her 2-year-old. I think he was born a male, and they were transitioning him to a female at 2 years old.
Because the mother said, I just knew.
So this woman was abusing her child.
That's what I said. That is child abuse.
Yeah. I don't get it. Even, you're talking, you got these elementary school kids saying I'm gay. What do you know about sex?
Right.
And why do you know about sex? Right. Maybe there's deeper issues there that we need to look into.
Yeah. If you're coming out in second grade and saying I'm gay, we need to have a serious look at your parents, at your uncles, at the neighborhood. Something is happening.
Right. What's happening? There's a psychological something that's going on. And then
even if you're just talking about sex in general at second grade, straight or gay sex in a second grade brain, they can't even fathom it.
Oh, I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. And it's not it might be joking around or something like that, but to identify in a certain way, it's one thing to say I have a crush on a boy or something like that. But again, to where teachers are amplifying it, rewarding it, and parents are doing the same. When children, can you visualize kissing a boy? Ew, no. Can you visualize kissing a girl in second grade? Ew, no. Then don't worry about who you have a crush on.
Yeah, right.
Go make friends.
I mean, so you have a best friend that you genuinely love.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that you're, it doesn't change your sexual orientation. And like you said, it's not a discussion. And if a kid wants to bring it up at school, then let the parent know. This isn't a secret that schools should be keeping from parents. You know what I mean? You reach out and say, hey, I want you to know that Billy or Janie, whatever, brought this up today, and I want you to be aware, right? And then how can I support you, mom or dad, right? Or both? How can I support you while I stay focused on my role in academics and educating your kid, and you take over what you need to do as a parent? That's the parent's role. And too many times educators have been almost pushed or trained to take over the role of the parent. And we see this we're seeing it grow right into food and clothing, social emotional stuff, everything. Right.
It seems like that's third period in being a teacher college. You know, semester 1, how to hang your rainbow flag in prominent place in the classroom. Semester 2
is the parent, and you have the child 8 hours a day, which gives you the power to decide for the child. But here's the devil's advocate, and what I know Democrats have said to me is that, well, not all parents are like you, Holly. And if you tell some parents that little Billy has a crush on Johnny, those parents may lose their minds and make Johnny or Billy's life miserable. Now, then it would be a crime for abusing your child. It should never be. If your child is not in a safe place where a teacher can be honest and forthright with that parent, that has to be looked at too.
Right. And
don't close that door.
And to your point, you would hope that an educator would be trained well enough to work with the parent, right? If I were to express to a parent some concerns that I saw at school, I might say something to the effect of, Billy had mentioned this. Billy's a great student. We love him. You know what I mean? Kind of soften things to not soften it up, not that necessarily, but to remind the parent that their kid is a good kid. All kids are good kids, right? and that we actually want to help the kid.
I can
You're
tell
not
he
gonna,
was never one of my principals. But
No.
anyways, go on.
well, you're not gonna discipline the behavior out of them, right? You're not gonna
Yes.
beat the, out of them. It just doesn't work like that. But you can have conversations, loving conversations, to help kids get to where they need to be. And we've heard stories. You've probably heard stories of people who said, "Yeah, I told my educator that I wanted to be a girl, and it was like a counselor or something. I wanted to be a girl, and luckily they got my parents involved, and they were patient with me, and they were married men at the time that they were sharing their experience. But they said, I couldn't imagine if somebody would have just entertained that 12 or 13-year-old thought process and then said, oh, you know what, you should have gender reassignment surgery, or absolutely, God made a mistake with you, or your body, you're not safe in your own body. You know what I mean? And so more and more stories like that have come out where people are saying, thank goodness nobody just jumped on that, but they let me develop as a child. That's why I'm saying K through 12 especially is so important, because their brains haven't even developed yet. They're not even fully developed. And here we are as parents saying, or educators or somebody, and this is a small percentage. We already talked about that.
Right.
Small percentage, but jumping on saying, oh yeah, you're absolutely right, 12-year-old. You're not right about anything else, but this one you've nailed down, right?
Sorry.
Sorry, I would have been one of those kids. I was a tomboy from K through 12, and I'm seeing more and more fellow tomboys out there that if we just had the wrong teacher feed that, it would have totally changed our lives. Because I didn't even want to be a girly girl until high school.
It reminds me of, you remember the old evangelical churches had the Pray the Gay Away camps?
I've heard of, I think there were more than just the evangelical churches, but it was a common practice.
Yeah.
They had the camps, and it reminds me of that. I mean, in Iran, if you're gay, you've got a choice. You can not be gay, or they will have you, government will transgender you. And it seems like the left is like, hey, we're going to do away with homosexuality in one fell swoop.
That
should terrify homosexuals.
That should.
Yeah.
Because it's okay. I mean, it's fine to be who you are.
Should. I'd hate to be the last gay man standing and every other gay man's became a girl.
Here's the thing. I don't care what somebody's sexual orientation is.
Not at all.
I sure don't care what their child's sexual orientation is.
Right.
Not at all.
As a math teacher, I wanted to teach math.
Yes. And you know what? The only time I'll care about it is if you won't leave me alone about it.
Even then.
If you constantly have to come in and, I'm gay, so 2 + 2 has to be done with a rainbow pen. No, dude, sit down.
It's math.
We'll use number 2 pencils in my classroom. Sit down.
Right.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't care. Don't bring it into my classroom.
I really don't. And I don't, when I introduce myself to people, that I don't say, yeah, I'm Matt Hymas, I'm heterosexual.
That would be crazy.
Why would it matter to anybody?
Yeah, exactly.
I like long walks on the beach.
This is something that we need to
my
get back
credit
to.
score is.
And I think there's a lot of teachers who feel this way, and they're scared to talk about it, because I know a lot of teachers who are absolutely, they do kind of fill in a parental role. They're leaders, and they love on the kids, and they are a listening ear for them when they need it, and they support them through whatever tragedy could be going on in a teenager's life that they feel like they can go to a teacher about. I don't want to stop that. I want that child to feel that safety and connection with teachers. I know there's a lot of teachers out there that just want to teach and want to be a good person to these kids, and to be a friend if that child needs it. But this sex stuff is so borderline grooming and inappropriate that teachers are scared to even get near it.
How uncomfortable would you be if let's shoot for the moon, if a 12-year-old girl, or for you, a 12-year-old boy came up to you, and for me and Matt, a 12-year-old girl came up and started asking you questions about sex, I could not exit that area fast enough. I would be like Wile E. Coyote. I'd be tying a rocket to my back and putting on roller skates.
Call your mother, talk to your mom and dad about this.
I don't even know if I could say that. I would stutter and run because I am not equipped to talk to a little girl about that.
But teachers have to deal with this every day.
Every
right?
day.
And they do. And they have to know how to manage it. And to Holly's point, it's a delicate balance. And here, we have these conversations. I recognize that, again, we've got 1% of educators giving the other 99% a bad name, right? Because these educators, we go to church with them. We have them over at family barbecues, right? We drive past their homes all the time. These are good people that we are neighbors with. You look at other organizations. You got a school within 5 miles of your home for the most part. Maybe not necessarily in Tooele County, but in Salt Lake. You know what I mean? There's schools all over, and then it takes that many people to populate and work there. We got educators all over the place who are good people, who are confused right now, or maybe not confused, but at least lost on, man, what can I say?
Right.
I don't really, because a lot of them they don't really want to push and be like, oh yeah, you probably should go by a different name, right? The majority don't want to do that. But an educator is an educator because they love kids, not because they're trying to get rich. We know that. So,
what?
And so
or because they love summers off. It's one of the two.
It's a little bit of both.
That's where I started. But that's just it. Is an educator is passionate not only about their subject, but they want to inspire kids. And then when you have these organizations training them, because I've heard some of these federal organization training, and I am shocked and disgusted at what they're pushing. And so you have this teacher who maybe doesn't have the personality that I do. Maybe they don't have the strength to stand up, right?
Or what if they don't have experience with kids? What if they don't have older siblings that have kids they've been around? What if their first time experienced kids is knowledge handed down to them from Satan's castle?
Right. And then they think, oh, I guess this is how it's done. So they do it. Right. And so we're really trying to find this space of on the Utah State Board of Education of saying this is appropriate, this is inappropriate. And that kind of goes back. I know this was in a different interview and other conversations, but it goes back to those educator standards that the USBE has changed to help clarify for educators. Like, it's not appropriate to push political agendas, social agendas in your classroom, such as sexual orientation. That's not appropriate to do that, right? It's not appropriate to have those. Now, there are classes. You're going to have a health class where you can talk about sexually explicit things. And that's very controlled, again, by state law. So as an educator, if I have a student, let's say I'm teaching a 3rd grade class or even a 5th grade class or middle, whatever, and a student comes up to me and starts talking about sex, to your point, Jared, I might have to say, you know what? Why don't we talk to somebody else about this? Let's get a counselor involved. Let's get an administrator involved. Let's get a parent involved and see what's going on, right? Because the last thing an educator wants to do at the same time, either side of the spectrum here, is lose the trust of their students.
Right.
Lose the trust. And also, that sounds like that would be such a complicated. I mean, that is one of those subjects. If your own child comes to you with questions, you need to take a breath before you approach that. Like, usually that's like, we can't talk about this now. I need some planning. We'll talk about this Saturday. And that's your own child. Someone else's child? Oh, yeah. I would literally, if any teacher walked by, I would grab them and I would treat them like the new guy in the platoon and a grenade got thrown in. I would throw them on that grenade and duck.
Wow, you're really selfless.
I know, I'm a
what
hero.
a hero
Yeah.
you are.
I'm a hero. I would dive on the grenade before I'd talk to some random kid about that
But
subject.
I like that as an administrator, you would guide a teacher to say, get somebody else. So if it's not another administrator or the counselor, tell the kid, you know what, I'm happy to have a meeting with you and your parents, or you should talk to your parents. And if that doesn't feel like the kid doesn't, no, I can't talk to my parents. Okay, let's get the school counselor.
Yeah,
or the health teacher.
That's so tough.
And we'll have the health teacher come in and talk to you. But we're going to talk to your parents as well, because we want you to know that it's okay to ask questions about sex. We just want to make sure that we give you the answers that your parents are good with and that are correct.
Are the sex ed teachers still the gym teachers?
Not necessarily.
I was going to say, you needed to wash that out, because the things my gym teacher said to me, because, well, I went to school 1,000 years ago. The gym, it might got co-ed a couple times, but usually they kept us separate. And the gym teacher would say some things that were not, he would say things that were inappropriate, but not in a sexual way or none of that. You know, he
More
might
joking.
He might point, more joking. He might point out, you know, if you tried a little harder, maybe you could run a mile, in not those words, but things like that. And then it was always so weird that same guy would have to go in there and flip through the panels of sex ed. And you could tell he was happy to be there. And then they usually had us through sex ed. They had us separated. I think the first sex ed class, I want to say back then,
I think you'd been in like 8th grade. I think.
8th or 9th grade.
7th grade.
And we didn't get combined to where boys and girls were in the same sex ed class.
That's the same with me.
I want to say until sophomore year or junior year. I mean, it was way later. Like, they wanted to make sure that you had seen that person cut in half from the side picture 4 or 5 times to get the giggles out before they showed that in a mixed classroom.
Well,
you know,
yeah, I hear you. And nowadays, I mean, you guys know everything has started so much earlier now, right? I mean, back in my day, there wasn't, maybe there was, maybe I just wasn't aware. Teen pregnancy. But we're seeing sometimes in middle school, as young as middle school, we got, and even unfortunately in elementary school, sexually active kids.
Yeah, and sexual transmitted diseases,
right,
in younger people, and pregnancy in younger people.
What are we doing wrong as a culture?
Sexual crimes against younger people. The statistics of a girl getting somehow sexual assaulted, I think it's 1 in 5.
Yeah.
In her young life, that freaks me out. But I understand it. Being a woman, you grow up having to be hyper aware.
What have we done as a culture?
But you don't want to have to be worried about it from your teachers at school. You got to fear your own age bracket at that point. Now you're adding adults to it, and a teacher that wants to talk to a girl about sexuality or whatever it is, a boy, whatever it is. We're seeing it more. Female teachers are getting nailed for inappropriate sexual misconduct. And maybe it's because it's stopped being funny after Mary Kay Letourneau, and now it's gotten to be taken far more serious because it's rampant out there.
Was that the lady who got pregnant by the 13-year-old boy?
Yeah, twice. And then
got married?
No, got out on bail from prison, or she got out on probation, and then got pregnant again from the same boy.
That kid
served the rest of her time. They recently got divorced. They were married.
Didn't she just die
died,
though?
Yeah. But they got divorced before that.
What's going on with our culture to where kids in elementary school, that just tells me that somewhere we have lost the plot, because either the
internet,
the parents, what is going on?
Look at our society. We, what is it when you lift something up? Not that we fantasize or we idolize it or something, but sex is more prevalent. Right. We see it in our movies, right? You can't have a movie without a sex scene in it.
You can't have Disney without sexual identity.
Yeah, you can't even have Disney without it. So you've got that going on. You've got more access to the internet than YouTube. Like I try to watch a movie with my kids. They don't have the attention span anymore.
It's
They
true.
want to watch YouTube, right?
YouTube
and it's
Shorts.
just quick, hard hitting stuff. And who knows what's on there? You go to even on the kid channels. You remember a while ago, and I'm sure it still happens in areas, but people are for some reason putting filth on those kids one. What's the purpose? I don't know. But so you have that going on. It's just so much more accessible right now. And then, I as a parent, I put that on my own back.
Yeah.
If my kids have concerns and needs, I carry that. Whether or not I can help them or I have to reach out to get help to help them, that's on me. Now you look in today's economy, and I get that we're looking more recent than ever, but a lot of people have to work more, so they're home less, which means their kids are home being babysat by a device, right? And so you just have, there's no wonder that people are talking about mental health, early pregnancy, sexual active stuff. I mean, it's this, our society, we're in trouble. We need to back up. We need to slow down and say, okay, how can I take care of my kids?
And you know what else? And I say the internet because I think the internet has created more predators.
Oh,
and
yeah.
adult predators who have fantasized and they're watching pornography, and now it's younger and younger, and it's no longer giving them what they want, and it turns them to where they seek out young kids. These people, just like in law enforcement, in doctors, with teachers, there's that small finite percentile that is just bad.
Mm-hmm.
And they are doing it for the wrong reasons. And when it's a teacher, the impact, it's a predator will seek out a certain type of child.
Yep.
And as parents, we try to keep our child from being that type of child, the openness, and make sure you tell me, and no, but they seek it out, and they are looking at jobs where they can work with kids. And I mean, our society is crumbling since the internet.
Well, and the internet's not going away.
Fast.
One thing that is down is teenage pregnancies, because I think the internet has disrupted the things that kids our age did in high school. It's disrupted that. They no longer have the meetups, the places, like there isn't house parties anymore. They don't drag Main Street.
There's still house parties, I know for a fact.
But now they get online. And so what I'm saying, I guess, is maybe pregnancies isn't the negative measure on this, because the negative attributes are still happening. It's just they happen in a way that pregnancy doesn't get involved because there's a computer screen in between it.
And that's part of the ease for the predator, like we talked about, right?
And that on
Direct
this
conduit to your child
on
right through that screen.
Paternal teacher lady, do you think she was a predator? Like she was drawn to teaching for that?
I don't think she was drawn to teaching for that, but I think she has a mental illness, and I think she legit thought
He was a 15-year-old. How old was he?
Grade.
He was sixth grade?
He was young. I think he was
Sixth grade.
12 at the time.
Yep.
And
It was,
I agree. I don't know if she necessarily got in for him per se, or for a young kid, because I think you can access that anywhere you go. However, I do think that something happened in her life, and I haven't kept up with her. Maybe she went through a divorce and just needed.
She was married when all this happened and came out.
So
and went
yeah,
through a divorce.
who
Her
knows
poor
what was
husband.
happening? Well, who knows what was happening? Who knows what kind of psychological issues she was going to? Because you wouldn't think that a soundly minded person would do something like that.
Especially a mother. Right. She was a mother.
Especially a mother, right? And it's like, okay, not saying it's appropriate, but all right, you cheat on your husband with a 21-year-old pool boy, whatever, that's still not cool, but
it at least falls in some kind of legality realm.
Well, you're going to go to sixth grade. It's like, okay, you're breaking the law. You have to know this kid's going to say so. The rational person would go through these questions in their mind, like,
Plus, you have to know this is a child
Maybe-
who doesn't know anything about sex. She's having to do all of this. And of course, a 12-year-old boy is like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
I guarantee, first of all,
He's going to tell
he
every
blew his
friend.
shoulder out, high-fiving all his little dumb buddies. I
He kept it a
guarantee.
secret a long time, which was a shock.
With his friends, he kept a secret?
Yeah, it didn't come out for a long
But-
time because she knew to tell him not to say anything.
What if she went to him for the control?
But this is what the
What
predator
if it wasn't a
does.
sexual thing for her? It was maybe she wanted a partner she could control.
Her words were, he was the love of my life.
Yeah, but
And
she
I
could
knew
control him.
Yeah. Well, again, this is what predators do.
Yes.
They control. So whether or not she was in love, whether or not he
Yeah.
was in love, she was a predator, and she took advantage of a 12-year-old mind. Like we talked about, transitioning and sexual orientation. Somebody took advantage of a 12-year-old mind and manipulated them into thinking that he was in love with her and that she was going to, they should be married. And it's terrifying what adults can do to to our
Absolutely.
children. It's terrifying.
Seriously.
The problem is, we try to put in preventative measures, but there's always a way around them. You're always going to get somebody who's going to find a loophole or find a way around. And we deal with that all the time. We deal with it at schools. We deal with it at the state level. We deal with law enforcement deals with it, right? Ways to get around laws or just straight don't care. But in the case of an adult and a child, these predators always try to control and manipulate, keep it a secret, right? And that's what we have to teach kids. Is this a good secret or a nervous secret, right? I'm talking like kindergartners and things like.
No, that's great.
makes
That's
you
a good way
nervous.
to put it.
Yeah,
If
it
you
makes
teach them
nervous,
that
you
at
can
that
tell
age,
somebody, right? If
teach
it's
them that at that age, they could learn to experience those butterflies with the nervous secret and say,
Right.
okay, this is not a good one.
Yeah.
Um,
And if it's a good one, like, hey, it's so and so's birthday, let's surprise them.
Yep.
Then they're excited. That's a different kind of secret. You have to be able to help these kids understand the difference between secrets.
Yep.
And never ask a child to keep something a secret. As an
No, you
adult
shouldn't.
and as a teacher, you don't ask them to keep a secret, especially from their
If
parents.
there's-
And you foster that relationship with the parent. It's a secret, and unless there's a problem at home. But you
Well-
foster that trust with people who are safe, which is the teacher, the parent, and administrator. That we don't keep secrets. You can tell me whatever's going on.
Right. And that's where parents really have an important role for their young children. Is they should be teaching those kids there's no secrets from mom and dad. We work together. Right. And I get you mentioned, well, I'm not the same parent as you. I'm not the same mom. Okay. But you can teach your kid at a young age that we can work together. Right.
Absolutely.
A uniform culture. We've got to, this is one thing every human being right now, I hope everyone hears this. I don't care where you are. You've got to start teaching your kids a culture of honesty and integrity because out here in Tooele, we may have a culture that's strong in it, but in the inner cities, we don't.
Right.
We have people that run into stores and rob $999 worth of stuff because they can get away with it. And it is destroying our culture. It's destroying trust. And to all the Democrats, if you want a successful national program on healthcare or podiatry, I don't care, whatever it is, you need to have a high trust culture for that to succeed. Because the only place it succeeds is in Northern Europe, and they have high trust cultures.
But you know what? The parent also has to be the example too.
They have to be,
You can't be the parent who's
that's-
on your phone all day, all night.
That's
asking
90%
your
of
child not
teaching.
to be. Yeah, and so being the example. I wanted to hit some comments. Brady
Yes.
Tracy, he says, "I'm enjoying this." He then said, "The public education is a complete dumpster fire. It's not fixable." The next comment is, "Our education system needs to be revamped and redesigned from the ground up." I can appreciate all that sentiment, but I don't want to throw it out because I do see in my own personal experience with education has been very rewarding. And I've seen my children flourish and excel. I've also seen them make mistakes and learn from them. They've had a great education, and I couldn't say enough good about how I feel about my children's education. But I think there is a sentiment that it is a dumpster fire, because I can't even tell you, because it's not a partisan race, I can't even tell you the names of the people running for a local school district. And those are the people I should be reaching out to for them to come on here, because they don't have to be partisan, so they don't answer to any party. I don't even know if they have to campaign much.
Yeah, I've seen some signs.
And they have so much power.
And I think that's something that the public sometimes misunderstands, is exactly what you just said, is that we really push at the state level for local control. You talk about state sovereignty, we kind of want local sovereignty, right? Because those are elected people. And so the local school boards have so much more authority than I do as a state board person. You might think, like, a lot of times people will say, well, I'm going to the top. They'll jump to me. And I'm saying, my hands are tied.
Right.
That's a local decision. Right. And I'll reach out and I'll talk to local board members, and say, hey, what's going on? Right. I don't have a problem with that. And how do we fix this? But you're exactly right, Holly. The local board members have much more power and authority than the state school board members. And when this comment says that public ed is a dumpster fire, I mean, again, you're right. It depends on your experience, what your kids have been going through at those, and then how do we work on the ground or rebuild from the ground up? I don't know yet, because I agree. I feel like since I've been here on the state school board, the first 2 years were just me trying to put out fires with a squirt gun, right? But I didn't have enough support. These last 2 years, I feel like we've still been putting out fires, but we've been able to put things in place to prevent some fires as well, such as, again, these Utah educator standards. We've made it so if a parent does call in, we have a parent advocate at the USBE who can address concerns right then and empower parents to get the help and the results that they're looking for. So it doesn't just fall on deaf ears. So we are trying to make things better. But again, your school experience, my school experience was split. My kids came to my school where I worked, and then I had to send them off because I don't have a high school. I had to send them off to the next level. And I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's.
I know the principal, and he's a good guy, and he's trying, but it's something, it's not there. And so I'm frustrated by public ed as well. And so trying to find that balance, and I'm trying to push and make changes, and at the same time, respect local control, right? We're not a dictatorship, but again, we have to make some rules, such as this porn in libraries. Why did it ever get here?
Yes.
Why did it ever get to the state level? Why are we electing local board members who are saying, I'm cool with it?
That's the whole thing. They have the most control. And here we are complaining about the books in our kids' school. How did they get through the front door?
Could it be they got dropped off with the bundle of books, and then
but
the
who
state
didn't read
board
them?
member or the local board member felt under attack when asked about it? So
well, I'm sure
they just
had no
knee-jerk
idea.
defended it? Because
they had no idea till it was brought up. And then when it's brought up, a lot of times people, even myself, I was shocked when I first started hearing of this stuff. I said, what? Where did you find this? And they're like, yeah, this is in your junior high, not my junior high, but in our schools. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So this kind of hit hard and fast. And so, we tried to do what we can. We wrote a policy. The legislator took action. It wasn't strong enough. And so Ken Ivory, thank goodness, even took stronger action on the legislative side and said, no, we're not doing this, right? Get it out. So my thing is, get it out, but we got to have a prevention method from it ever coming in. This kind of goes to what your point is, Jared. How are they getting it in there? Is it just tucked away in a bundle? Well, yeah, that's how they got it in there.
That's how they got
it in. And then there were no regulations or policies that said you couldn't remove it. In fact, there were federal cases where schools got sued for removing those kind of books. So that's why we kind of needed some of that legislative help and that legislative backing again from the USBE.
It's a complicated thing. I want to do a little bit of a mild pivot though. Do you think maybe we don't have enough diversity in school locations to where schools can be formulated out here? Like we're building this new high school out here. It's a gajillion billion acres and 30 feet tall or 30 stories tall. It's huge. It's huge. And I don't know. You will obviously have a better reflection on this, but would it be better to have more smaller schools that maybe 2 or 3 different schools come together to have a sports program, but you can have a school that specializes in the arts out here in Tooele? We have enough students to manage that, or maybe pod type schools. Cause I look at this great big school and,
it'll be stuffed to the brim.
It scares the crap out of me knowing that, in, what do you think? 2 years, they're going to be doubling my taxes to cover that.
They're already doing it.
Yeah, they already have once, but they're going to do it again. They're going to have to.
They built a school that's already going to be full. They need more schools.
The sign out front is fancier than any other school in the county. Just a little mountain looking sign. The things cost more than my house. I guarantee just that little concrete mountain sign. I just wonder, are we practicing our education system? Is there a better way? Do we need to look at it?
We're not learning from our mistakes. We're doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. That's why some of these charters specialize in certain things. One's just in STEM. This one is successful, the 7 habits, highly successful people, where they hit those points and they can specialize in certain type of topics. We could have an art school, but why can't it be online? Why can't we have our kids learning education instead of these social ridiculous?
I just wonder, is there any way to look at a different model, or is it just that it's so calorically expensive to draw up and beg for and get designs for schools that you throw everything you can into one hit because you almost can't afford to try it a second time?
That's a good question. I think we're spending a lot of money on these high schools. You look at an elementary school compared to a junior high, compared to a high school. You're never going to see the aesthetics on an elementary school that you're going to see on a high school, right? That high school, you talk about some of the additions. It's got that slanted glass wall, the overhang, absolutely beautiful. But at what cost? Yeah. I could build somebody said, well, if charter schools can do it for so cheap, why can't public schools? And I get to a certain extent that obviously they're different. And the traditional public school is covering so many different elements, right? With the arts, with the athletics, with the music, theater, all those with different
masses,
CTE, auto mechanics, wood shop, all these other things. So you have to go big. I get that. But let's be efficient. You want to save, $500,000. Why do I need a slanted wall made out of glass?
It's crazy. You just said save $500,000. That's such a huge number, and that's
you could build a small school for that.
I just wonder, is there anywhere that's redesigning the way overall education is done? Any new ideas?
Are doing it. I think his charter is doing it.
Charters are definitely doing it. They're not doing anything new because charters have been around for a while and they've killed it every year. Every year, charters produce the charters out of New York. You read their studies, they are the only thing of success out of New York City. They're outperforming the private schools.
Makes you wonder why. Makes you wonder why the public schools aren't adopting a different model.
Well, no, they spend all their money going after charter schools trying to shut them down.
Well, and you're an advocate for charter schools on the board, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Well,
mean-
of course I am. I run a charter school, but I'm an
Right.
advocate for all public education. Quite frankly, I'm an advocate for education. Let's make sure it's done right though. And when we talk about spending, I'd love to see spending get done just more fiscally responsible, right? Again, we talk about that building. It does look great inside and out. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, they should have every opera there that we hold in Twilla County.
But
100%.
right, but at what cost? I've got teenagers going in there for 4 years at a time, right? Do they really care about a slanted glass wall? Do they really care about trees in the middle of it? And I haven't been through there, but I remember at Hunter High School we had in the middle of commons area of the garden area and things, and I never cared. I don't know. Maybe it's important to.
Does the lunch taste better when you have a fancy lunchroom?
Right? Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I think we can do better. And it's all on the backs of the taxpayer, right? And that's the difference
local
between
school boards, right?
Well, yeah, and they're
Those
the ones who
local
will
school
say, yeah, we
boards.
need the school. And I get that you need a school, but that local school board will say, okay, we want to raise taxes. Charters can't do that. That's probably why they keep it so cheap, is because we don't get to go to the locals and say, hey, we're going to raise taxes.
Right.
So, I mean, it really is a challenge. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but I do feel like we are overspending on some of our schools, and it's apparent because they look amazing. They're huge, and we're not even close to what they're spending in the south end of Salt Lake Valley, right? I mean,
Or in other states. I'm curious though. The opportunity had been there to build a charter high school here in the county. Is that anything that could happen in the near future? And if so, what does it take? Because it's not like you can go raise taxes. Is it parents of the charter? Is it parents choosing to attend charter high school
And can we name
bring
it?
their money? Like, what does it take to get a charter high school here?
And can we name it Erta Tech? Because it's been an ongoing joke in the
I
valley.
don't want to name it Erta Tech. I just want to call it Excelsior High School.
yeah. Obviously it takes support. It takes a certain number of kids to get in there and parent support. And I believe that the support is there for a high school, but everything has to build into that, right? And one of the problems or concerns that a charter high school would have is it wouldn't have the same programs as these traditional schools have. The charter doesn't have the money for, again, like an auto mechanic shop or a wood shop, I should say, because these local high schools, they cover so much, right? They have a huge auditorium. I don't know very many charter schools that have even an auditorium, because again, I can't put that on the backs. A charter can't put that on the backs of the taxpayer, right? They can only pay according to the money that they get in, which is according to the number of students that they have. So, yes, and if I'm honest with you, I'm working on it. It's years down the road, but we're trying to build this system here at Excelsior and with other charters in the valley where we could feed into a high school so that we could meet the needs of those community members, because the new high school is not going to change anything. It's still going to be the same Twilla County School District program.
Right.
I don't know. I think they might have a year there where they don't have to have a, stabbing someone.
So I want to
class
say, talking
right out
about
the gate.
having my kids they've been in Excelsior since kindergarten, and my children's interests fall into the Excelsior option, whereas my child doesn't need a football program. If I wanted him to do auto shop, I know there's an ambassador program at Utah Motorsports campus where they can go learn auto shop and mechanics on their own time and even for some credit. And those programs are growing. I want my kids to know how to study for exams and college courses. I want them to be able to read and write and learn civics and history. And I'm more basically education. And I think a lot of parents have their kids who aren't into those other things, Or I mean, I know so many parents who have just left the public school system altogether and homeschool and are giving their child what their child needs at their child's pace, and their children are doing exceptional in test scores.
Yeah.
So I think there is a need for a charter high school for those parents whose kids don't care about football, basketball, volleyball, even though charters can still compete because you would have a gymnasium.
Right.
They could still compete just at a smaller scale with smaller schools like them, but
Yep.
focus more on education solely.
Yeah.
I see a need for that, and I could see paying money for that, and I certainly would love it if it was built before my kids are out of high school. But I've still got 2 years. But then you could double up your 8th graders, bring in 9th grade to the middle school while that school's getting built, and then they would start 10th grade in a new high school.
She's planning it out for you now, Matt.
I know.
Just start taking notes. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna get an
You'd fill
acre.
it.
You're gonna get an acre to the northwest, and then what you got to do?
They have the room now,
We
right?
did purchase the
did.
land. It's all in the works for a possibility. We just got to do it in the right order, and again, make sure it's the right time. The last thing that you'd want to do, and this is a risk of a charter school as well, is you don't want to jeopardize families. Meaning, if a charter school shuts down, that's traumatic. Any school shuts down, it's traumatic. We've seen the news.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's a failing school or not, it's traumatic for families. And then I'm accountable for 200 employees, right? And so I can't have, if I go too fast and then it fails, what happens to those guys is, I feel responsible for not only the kids and families that attend this school, but the employees as well. So we got to make sure.
That's a good
if you go
point.
too fast, you're right. You're risking all the work and all the time and attention that you've put into to make the first
Right.
one great, to make it so it was so great. The demand became, we need a middle school. So you worked on that, found your legs there, got into that. If you do it too quickly, now you're risking 2 sorts of schools a night.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
I
No,
would love to see a high school, but I get that.
I think it'd be cool if you had one and you focused on, I don't know, making, carrying on what is the 7 values, carrying that on through high school and see what you could cough out into the world. You might become excellent at producing lawyers or officers in the
Business
military,
owners.
Things like that. Yeah. And
Entrepreneurs. That's
if you
the
had a
kind of
high
thing
school, you
that we loved about it.
could really dig into into doing like a pre-business major. I think
Business
that'd
law,
be
business-
excellent.
And robotics. Robotics doesn't require a ton of space, but the equipment is expensive.
Right.
But Twilla County's got a great robotics, team
Isn't
of
it?
kids, including
Stansbury
your school.
has a robotics course, right?
But I know I went to the Kiwanis Club once, and they were talking about Twilla High School's robotics team, Stansbury High School's, but they mentioned that Excelsior Junior High's got robotics there, and the kids can learn
Oh, that's
basics.
awesome.
Yes.
I imagine Grantsville's robotics is just cow milkers. They're just inventing how to milk a cow better.
Well, ultimately, we want critical thinkers. That allows the student to be confident in their abilities to do what they want to do.
Right.
And a lot of times, whether they want to be a mechanic or they want to be a doctor or lawyer, they're going to be great at it, right? It's when you're forced into a job. It's when you're put on a path because your grades don't think that your teacher doesn't think that you're going to make it. You remember those tests you took in junior high? I think mine told me I'd be in like sanitation or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
You guys remember those old things?
I do remember.
Mine said check his pulse. He might have died.
But we don't want to limit a kid or put boundaries on them. We want to say, hey, here's how you think for yourself, right? And if you want to do something, then go do it.
Yep.
It's on you. It's not on me.
That's something about the 7 habits that I loved when my husband and I were looking for a school is, one, you teach accountability. You're responsible for your own self, and how you treat others is how you should expect to be treated.
Mm-hmm.
The basics, the very basics. But then on top of the accountability, it was the independence of knowledge. So when you learn, you're far better equipped to celebrate what you want to do. And it is just that. It's the skills of critical thinking that are lost. We're not telling you what to learn. We're showing you how. And then working with you and teaching you how to study, teaching you discipline and things like that come with education. I loved it. I still love it. My son is also going into high school next year, so I have my fears.
Ooh, he's going into high school next year.
Yeah.
Going to be a stallion.
So I absolutely want to know who these local school board district people are, and I'm sorry that I don't.
Track
And
them
I'm a
down so
highly
we can
political
have them
person,
on.
But I definitely would like to know.
Yeah.
And is there anything you want to tell us, Matt? Because we're getting
Matt,
into...
we're at the end of it, so close us out.
Well,
You're also running for office. I guess we could mention
we should have
that.
probably mentioned that.
no worries. I appreciate you taking the time, and I'm quite frankly, I'm surprised you got 2 hours out of me. I haven't talked this
Me
long
too.
for a long time, but yeah, Matt Hymas, state school board, and obviously you've heard my thoughts. You've heard where my values lie. I want to make sure that parents are involved in their children's education. I want to make sure that they're a partner in this, and that they're not just receiving information, but they're working together with their schools. I want to make sure that our local schools, they have local authority, but that they're still doing the things that the law requires. And right now, on top of this, we're looking at making sure that they receive an appropriate education, that things like pornography are not in the schools, that we're, obviously we talked about Title IX, which was the main conversation point of this entire discussion of protecting our students in the locker rooms, in the restrooms, in their sports, hotel rooms, whatever else, wherever else any kind of danger could happen. And then to, quite frankly, focus on what matters. And that is reading, writing, and arithmetic. There's nobody, you want to find confident people, go to an AP classroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You go to like an AP history or AP English class, AP math. Those are confident kids because they're smart. They know how to read, write, and again, do arithmetic.
They know how to prepare.
Yeah, you gotta have the 3 R's in there: reading, writing, and arithmetic. If you don't have that, what use is school?
What use is school? So yeah, appreciate throwing my website up there. Feel free to call anytime.
It's vaulthymus.com.
Yep.
There's also a donate button. So if you like what you hear and you would like to assist Matt in this campaign process, you can donate. Or I know he probably would appreciate talking to your friends and neighbors about him and what you've learned today. Read about him on the website, contact him if you have questions, and reach out to families that actually, I tell this to people, and of course I'm neutral. But when people ask me, I can say, well, what I know about Matt is what I personally experience with my children in their school, and reach out to parents that have their kids at your school and see what the principles are, because he's setting these principles and asking his teachers and administration to adhere to them. And you can actually, I think you can see it. You can see it, the actual standards that you're asking these schools to set, you're setting in your own school from the school board's perspective. So you get to see what the intent is of the school board at some schools. And there's no school district, board in the middle. Yeah. From your school. So we get to see it firsthand.
And he's actually a math teacher by trade. And so what more...
Which is why he's so shy.
What more realistic scientific education system is there than the universal language that has only one right answer and you can't argue around it?
I love it. Hey, one more thing before I jump off here or you guys move on. I just learned talking to my team that only 6% of ballots have been collected. So fill out your ballot. Let's make sure that everybody's voting. We want to make sure that we get the votes in. I'm not saying that you have to, do it right away. But 6%, the ballots came out on June 4th. So it's been 10 days. Happy Flag Day, everyone. But it's been 10 days and we're only at 6%. So
it's horrible.
Fill out your ballots. make sure you mark Matt Hymas for state school board, and let's get the work done.
Outstanding.
I
Perfect
love it.
end.
And I'm going to add to this because you can vote in person this year. There are 3 locations for people who want to vote on voting day. Polls close at 8 p.m. Your ballot, there's many drop boxes around the county. Go to the Tooele County Clerk's website to get those locations if you don't know. Stansbury's is at the fire station. A lot are at the fire stations or locally. Stockton and Erda is also at the fire station. Drop your ballot. The sooner you bank your vote, the better. And actually, and I was telling this to a whole meeting, the sooner you get your ballot in, the more accurate our data is, and the faster election night goes, and we'll get results faster. And then, the state party for this election, the national party is trying to reward states that actually can encourage their Republican voters who are voting in this primary to bank their vote early. So our state party gets a huge benefit from the national party if we can encourage that, and candidates love it. At least it tells us how active our voters are. And if you are a Republican in Tooele County, please, you are a huge decision maker for the populace of this county. Those of you who get involved and vote determine so much about what happens, especially with the Republican Party. So please get in, vote. If you got a ballot in the mail, send it in. Make sure it's postmarked by the 24th, I believe.
There we go. All right, everyone. We had some news to talk about, but that'll have to wait because apparently we're having a trash war in the Korea Peninsula. Anyways, you guys have a good weekend.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks,
Thank
Matt.
you.
It was good chatting with you again, man.
See you all next
anytime.
week, guys. We have Derek Brown running for
Derek Brown, and we'll fill in the rest of the time
maybe a
with
school
someone
board
else.
member, maybe. But
That
Derek
would be
Brown
awesome.
is running for Attorney General, and he will be on the show next Friday. And if you have somebody that you'd like us to reach out to, I've got 2 things. Let us know. We'll be happy to invite them on the show. Tomorrow, happening in...
Sorry, Holly, I'm gonna jump off so I can.
Yeah, you jump
I need
off.
you guys on this full frame here because you are giving some good information. I'm gonna continue to listen, but I'll jump off.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you again.
Matt. Have a good
You guys
Have
day.
a good one, Matt.
See ya.
Oh, and there's also Trent Stagg's meetup.
That's what I'm telling people.
Okay, I'm going to
So-
share it on the screen.
Trent Staggs will be in town tomorrow here in Tooele, and he's going back to the Pratt's residence. So the address should be on our screen. I've shared it already.
Well, there's a town hall meeting
Yeah.
at Veterans Memorial Park.
No, that isn't Trent Staggs.
Sorry, not Trent Stagg's. This Colby Jenkins.
Colby, and joined by Mike Lee
Yes,
at Veterans Memorial Park, and they will be here tomorrow at 1:30.
yes. Tomorrow,
Get out there,
1:30
folks.
at the Veterans Memorial Park. That's there on Vine Street.
And guys, it's not very often that we get a sitting senator.
Yeah,
so,
Mike Lee is a lot harder to get out this way than you would think. But
So after that event, starts at 1:30. I think it'll go till about 3. And then at 4 p.m., Trent Staggs will be here in Tooele at 743 Deer Hollow Road at the Pratt residence. And please take the opportunity to come and meet our candidate, our convention nominee, Trent Staggs, running for Senate. He's been out to the county quite a bit, and he's very personable, and you'll get an opportunity to meet him and talk with him. I highly recommend it.
did you watch the debate that KSL put together with Colby and Celeste?
I did not.
So I watched that. That was, it's a good one. Very controlled and tempered. Okay, maybe it wasn't a good one because the message kind of runs the same across the board. Colby does have the benefit of being able to get after Celeste for some of the votes she's
Yeah,
had.
because she has a record and he doesn't.
Yes. But other than that, the message is the same. I know that.
Do you want to go back to us?
Sure.
Or do you want to share that?
Yeah, we can share that. Send that to me. But yeah, Maddie reached out to me and asked me to share this. So everyone, tomorrow, 1:30 at Veterans Memorial Park, go there, sit and listen. And that's a tough thing, where their debate was the same, like their message is the same. That makes it probably a tough choice. Do you want to go with the incumbent who's already built some relationships and has some fuel behind her? You know, she's got a good working relationship with Jim Jordan, who's most Republicans are fond of him. Did you send that to me?
I'm just going to share it on our page.
Oh, share it on our page. And so that's a tough one. I mean, obviously, an easy choice right now appears to be the Senate choice. Trent Stagg seems to have most of the fuel of the Republican Party in Utah.
Well, he got the nomination at convention. He won his over 60%. Doesn't mean they're not spending a ton of money to try to other senatorial candidates are trying to win this seat, of course. Donald Trump endorsed him, and you know the state GOP is endorsing him.
Yeah, Donald Trump, win. Mike Lee, Rand Paul.
Did Mike Lee endorse? I don't know if Mike Lee did, but Rand Paul definitely
did. Paul. No, I thought I saw Mike Lee on one of his late night commercials. If you watch the Vizio channel lately, we've been watching.
I'm seeing him on YouTube all the time.
What's that? Fear Factor channel?
There's a
Fear. No, it's not me. I don't get to choose what we watch as we go to bed.
Because your household is right.
I just get to go to sleep watching people eat bugs. It's very disconcerting. But there is his commercials on there, and I do believe I saw one where Mike Lee did, but maybe I could be wrong.
Rand Paul has been one.
Yes,
he's
Rand
got
Paul.
a ton of endorsements. So if you don't know about Staggs by now, he's been on the show with us. He was our first kickoff of Political Head Trauma.
Yes.
Our very first guest
yes,
that we
and
had.
You know, we're both fond of him. I like him a lot. I think he's a nice guy. Another thing to watch is, and I wanted to ask Nathaniel about this, is Tim Pool had Matt Gaetz on, and Matt Gaetz, every time he goes on there, he kind of shows you behind the curtain on Congress and the things they have to do. And every time you're like, we need a match. We need about 800 gallons of gasoline. We got to restart.
The NSA is listening.
We've got to restart. Just the building. But
you saw what happened last time when it was just a building.
It's the good point. It's just that the parties have destroyed us.
They've destroyed us. Now Matt Gaetz is also endorsing Trent and has
Matt
been
Gaetz
touring with
out.
Trent Staggs.
Yeah.
We got to see that event, and Matt Gaetz is a great guy. The thing is with these guys like Jim Jordan coming on the show, most of these guys get 30 seconds of snippets that the American people see in these committee meetings. And so when we went to the town hall with Matt Gaetz and Trent, we got to see a lot more.
Yes.
And that's something that I wish every single citizen would attend. Just get to know these people in person.
We need more long form interviews with all of them. And that's one thing. I mean, Jim Jordan is physically working with Celeste, and he's speaking up for her. That's a big call.
He's endorsed her,
and
yeah.
So Colby and Celeste, I mean, that's a real fight.
It is, because Mike Lee's endorsed Colby. And Jim Jordan and other members of Congress have endorsed Celeste, as well as our electeds here in Tooele County. And I mean, I think that she's made a heck of a first impression on the office, and she's highly respected by our local electeds. And Colby is making a heck of an impression on, federal ideas and the state and people. So it's such a tough race.
That one's a toss up. You could toss a coin between those two, and I don't think you'd be wrong. But now we got Nathaniel in there. We need to interview him again, maybe.
And I don't have to be neutral with Nathaniel.
You don't, and I don't have to be neutral with anyone. I am neutral with all of them. Because let's face it, I don't vote federally. Makes it easier.
You're going to vote federally this year. If you're not registered as a Republican, but you're a Democrat right now, you can still, I believe it's over today, but you can if you're unaffiliated, you can register as a Republican to vote in this primary. if you're a Democrat, it's too late. You can't change your party to vote.
I'm going to
But
wake up in
anybody-
November with a burlap sack over my head riding down the road in the
Pretty
back of a
much.
Nissan.
Pretty much. It will be a Nissan.
Well, see, here's the deal.
But I'm not alone. A lot of people get irritated by people with opinions that don't vote. Use your words at the ballot box. That's my thoughts. If you're going to complain about anything in government and you don't vote, I'm sorry. You've free speech. I respect your free speech, but I don't respect it. I don't respect it. That's why you're going to vote presidentially this year and for Congress. We have these amazing people on here all the time running for these seats. We get a first row seat talking to every one of these folks. At least we should vote.
Okay.
Fair?
Maybe you'll convince me.
Please go out and see the candidates tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day for meeting both the candidates.
And see Mike Lee. We always love it when he comes to the county.
We're going to get Celeste back on again. We're going to get Trent back on again. We're going to get Colby back on again. We're going to fight to get Nathaniel back on again.
What? Let's worry about getting Nathaniel back on after the primary, because we've got this primary happening, and then we get to see all the parties come together.
I want to have them all argue. I want to hear it now. And
you want them at the same time?
yeah.
Oh, you wish.
I want to argue. But you guys have a good weekend.